to Sleepy Facts with Justin. Find a comfortable position now. Let your body settle into wherever you are resting. Feel the weight of your limbs grow soft and heavy. Take one slow breath in and let it go. Tonight, we are going to travel somewhere very gentle, somewhere ancient and green and still. We are going to follow a story that began long, long before there were cities or roads or any human voices at all. A story told in shallow water and soft mud, in the hush of prehistoric forests, and in the quiet songs that rise from ponds on warm summer evenings. Tonight, we explore the history and science of amphibians. Perhaps you have heard a frog calling on a warm night, its voice floating up from somewhere near the water. Perhaps you have seen a small salamander moving slowly through fallen leaves after a rain, its dark skin gleaming softly in the gray light. These creatures have been part of our world for an almost unimaginable length of time. They were here long before us. They will likely be here long after us if we are gentle enough with the world we share. The word amphibian comes from the ancient Greek. It means having two lives, and that is exactly what these creatures possess. A life in the water and a life on land. Two worlds held together in one small, soft body. There is something deeply poetic about that. Something that invites us to slow down and wonder. There are approximately 8,100 known species of living amphibians on Earth today. They come in an astonishing variety of shapes and sizes and colors. There are tiny frogs no larger than a fingernail, and giant salamanders that can grow as long as a grown person is tall. There are caecilians, legless and smooth, moving silently through the soil of tropical forests like living threads of earth. There are tree frogs with eyes like jewels, and toads with skin like old bark, and newts that carry enough poison in their skin to stop a heart. And yet, for all their variety, all 8,100 species share something fundamental. They are vertebrates, meaning they have a backbone. They are ectothermic, meaning they draw their warmth from the world around them, rather than generating it within themselves. And they have a relationship with water that is unlike that of almost any other land animal. Their eggs have no hard shells. Their skin breathes. Their young are often born into water and must transform completely, utterly transform, before they can live upon the land. That transformation, that miracle of metamorphosis, we will spend a great deal of tonight thinking about it. But first, let us begin at the very beginning. The story of amphibians begins in the water. It begins in the ancient seas and rivers and swamps of a world so different from our own that it would be almost unrecognizable. We must travel back roughly 370 million years to a period geologists call the Devonian. The air was warm and thick. The land was largely bare of large animals, though plants had begun to take hold along the shores, their roots reaching into soft ground. The oceans and rivers teemed with fish, strange, armored fish, enormous fish, fish that bore little resemblance to the creatures we know today. And among those ancient fish, there was a particular group, lobe-finned fish, they are called. Fish whose fins were thick and muscular, almost like primitive limbs, supported by bones that echo faintly but unmistakably. The bones inside your own arms and legs right now. These fish had something else remarkable about them too. Some had developed simple, primitive lungs, not just gills, but lungs. They could breathe air, at least in small amounts. When the warm, shallow pools they lived in grew low in oxygen, slowly, over millions and millions of years, some of these fish began to do something no vertebrate had ever done before. They began to haul themselves out of the water and onto the land. Not all at once, of course, not in a single dramatic moment. Evolution does not work that way. It works in the quietest, most patient way imaginable, generation after generation, small change following small change, across stretches of time so vast that our minds can barely hold them, but gradually, over countless generations, those lobe-finned fish gave rise to creatures that could breathe air more fully, creatures that could support their own weight on true limbs, creatures that could move, however slowly and awkwardly across the muddy margins between water and land. These were the first tetrapods, the first four-limbed vertebrates, and from them descended every land-living vertebrate alive today. Every reptile, every bird, every mammal, every human being who has ever lived. You and I are, in a very real sense, the distant descendants of ancient fish who first dared to leave the water, and the amphibians. They are the oldest living branch of that great family. They are the closest living link to those first tentative steps onto land. When you look at a frog sitting still and patient at the edge of a pond, you are looking at a creature whose ancestors were among the very first to venture onto dry ground. There is a deep, quiet majesty in that, if you allow yourself to feel it. So let us rest here for a moment at the beginning of the story. Let the image of ancient water settle gently in your mind. Warm, shallow, still, the soft sound of it, the green light filtering through, and somewhere at the edge, the first slow movement of life reaching toward a new world. We have so much to explore tonight, and all the time we need. Let your body grow heavy. Let your breathing slow. We are in no hurry here. This is Sleepy Facts with Justin, and tonight the amphibians are going to carry you gently into sleep. Close your eyes a little more. Let your shoulders drop. Let the weight of the day grow distant. We are going somewhere very old now. Somewhere so far back in time that the continents themselves were arranged differently, and the sky above the water held a quality of light that no human eye has ever seen. We are going back approximately 370 million years. Say that number slowly to yourself, if you like. 370 million years. It is so vast a span of time that it loses its meaning almost immediately. And perhaps that is all right. Perhaps the only thing we need to feel is its depth, like standing at the edge of a very still, very dark lake, and knowing that the bottom is far, far below you, even if you cannot see it. This is the Devonian period. The world is warm. The shallow seas are rich and full of life. Along the edges of continents, broad river deltas spread out across the land like the fingers of an open hand. The first true forests are only just beginning. Strange, tree-like plants pushing their roots into soft ground. Their forms unlike anything alive today. There are no birds in the sky. There are no mammals, no reptiles, no creatures that would look even faintly familiar to us. On the land, only insects and other small invertebrates move through the growing green. But in the water, something is stirring. The seas and rivers of the Devonian are filled with an extraordinary variety of fish. Enormous armored fish called placoderms, some as large as a small car, move through the deep water like slow shadows. Schools of smaller fish dart and wheel in the shallows. And among them all, a remarkable group called the lobe-finned fish, or sarcopterygians, go quietly about their lives in the warm, oxygen-poor waters of river flood plains and coastal swamps. What makes the lobe-finned fish so remarkable? What separates them from every other fish swimming in those ancient waters is the nature of their fins. Their paired fins are not thin and delicate, stiffened by slender rays of bone. Instead, they are thick and fleshy, supported by a strong internal skeleton of bones. Bones that are, when you look at them carefully, recognizably similar to the bones of the arms and legs of every land animal that would ever follow a single bone near the body, connecting to two bones further out, connecting in turn to a cluster of smaller bones at the very tip. That architecture, one bone, two bones, many bones, is the foundation of every limb that has ever walked or climbed or flown on this planet. It is there in the wing of a bird, in the flipper of a whale, in your own arm as it rests beside you right now. And it began quietly and without intention in the fleshy fins of ancient fish swimming in the warm rivers of the Devonian world. Some of these lobe-finned fish had something else remarkable. They possessed primitive lungs, not in addition to gills, but alongside them. A simple, paired structure connected to the throat that allowed them to gulp air at the surface when the oxygen in their warm, stagnant water grew thin. This was was not an adaptation for life on land. It was simply a survival tool for fish living in difficult, low-oxygen environments. But in the long story of life on Earth, it would prove to be one of the most consequential accidents of anatomy that ever occurred. For millions of years, these fish lived and breathed and fed in the shallows. But the world was changing around them. Rivers flooded and dried. Shallow pools shrank under the warmth of the Devonian sun, and in those shrinking, crowded pools, the fish that could haul themselves a little further along the muddy bank, that could push themselves with their fleshy fins just far enough to reach a deeper pool, a better refuge, had an advantage. They survived when others did not. And slowly, across thousands and thousands of generations, those surviving fish passed their traits along. This is how evolution works. When you strip it down to its simplest, most meditative truth, not through grand leaps or dramatic transformations, but through the quiet accumulation of small advantages, repeated across time, spans too deep for the mind to truly hold. Each small change barely visible, each generation almost identical to the last. And yet, when you step back and look at the full sweep of it, across millions of years, the transformation is breathtaking. From fish to something that could breathe air, to something that could prop itself up on strengthening limbs, to something that could, however briefly, leave the water behind. We know some of these early creatures by name because their bones have been preserved in ancient rock and found by patient scientists in places that were once Devonian shorelines. One of the most famous is a creature called acanthostega, which lived approximately 365 million years ago in what is now Greenland. Though in Devonian times, that land lay near the equator, lush and tropical rather than frozen. Acanthostega had true limbs, not fins. It had fingers, or something very much like fingers, 8 of them on each forelimb. And yet, its anatomy suggests it was still largely aquatic, still spending the great majority of its life in the water. Its limbs may have been used for moving through vegetation in shallow water, or for propping itself up at the surface to breathe, rather than for walking on land in the way we might imagine another creature from the same time and place. The same beds of ancient rock in Greenland is called ichthyostega. Its name means, fittingly, fish roof, a reference to the fish-like qualities of its skull. Ichthyostega was larger and more robustly built than acanthostega, with a massive rib cage made of overlapping, reinforced ribs. Ribs that suggested could support its own weight out of the water, at least for short periods. Its forelimbs appear powerful enough to have dragged its body forward across soft ground, the way a seal moves today. A slow, effortful, but possible journey from one body of water to another. These creatures, acanthostega, ichthyostega, and others from the same period, are not quite fish and not quite amphibians in the modern sense. They occupy a liminal space, a twilight zone between two worlds. They are, in the truest sense, the pioneers, the first vertebrates to test the boundary between water and land. Their world was the edge, the soft, muddy, root-tangled, half-submerged margin where water meets shore. And it is worth pausing here in that image for a moment. Picture the edge of a wide, slow river. The water is warm and brown, heavy with sediment. Flat-leafed plants grow in the shallows, their stems trailing in the current. The air above the water is thick and humid, rich with the smell of mud and green things growing. The light is low and golden, filtering through a canopy of primitive fern-like trees along the bank. And there, at the water's edge, something moves, something with a long, flattened body and a broad, fishy tail, pulling itself forward on thick, stubby limbs. It pauses, its eyes set high on a flat skull, facing upward, blink slowly in the unfamiliar air. Its chest expands as it takes a breath. Not a gulp of water passed over gills, but true air drawn down into primitive lungs. For a moment, it rests there, half in the water, half out of it, balanced between two worlds. Then slowly, it pulls itself a little further forward. That moment, that quiet, unhurried crossing, is one of the most significant events in the history of all life on Earth. From that edge, from that half-submerged pioneer, every land vertebrate that has ever lived would eventually descend. The dinosaurs and the crocodiles, the horses and the whales, the eagles and the song sparrows, and you, resting now in the comfort of wherever you are, breathing slow and deep in the darkness. It all began at the water's edge. The oldest tetrapod footprints yet discovered date back approximately 390 million years, pressed into what was once a shallow coastal mudflat, now preserved as ancient rock in Poland. These tracks, small, clear, unmistakable marks of fingers and palms, predate even acanthostega and ichthyostega, pushing the story of the first steps onto land even further back into the deep past. Whoever made those prints has left us no bones, only the memory of a walk, sealed in stone across the ages. Let that image settle softly into your mind as we rest here at the close of our first section. The ancient shore, the warm, still water, the slow, patient pull of life towards something new. You are safe and warm and still. The story will continue to unfold gently all through the night. There is no need to hold on to anything. Just let the images drift, like reflections on the surface of that old, warm river. 370 million years ago. Let your breathing slow a little more. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do. Just rest and listen and let the story carry you. We left our last section at the water's edge, that warm, still, ancient edge where the first creatures with limbs were beginning to test the boundary between water and land. Now, let us look a little more closely at what that journey actually involved, what it required of a body, what it demanded of a life. Because moving from water to land is not a simple thing. Think about what water does for a fish. It holds the body up, supporting its weight from all directions at once. It carries oxygen directly to the gills. It buffers the body against sharp changes in temperature. Water is, in many ways, the most forgiving medium a creature could live in. It does so much of the work of being alive, almost invisibly, simply by being there. The land offers none of those things. On land, the full weight of the body must be supported by the skeleton and the muscles alone. The air, though rich in oxygen, must be drawn actively into the lungs. It does not pass over the breathing surfaces as water does, moved by the simple act of swimming. The sun can dry a body out in hours. The temperature swings from cool nights to blazing middays in ways that the constant, buffering ocean never quite allows. And the ground itself, solid, uneven, resistant, must be gripped and pushed against with every step for a creature shaped by hundreds of millions of years of life in water. The land was a formidable and demanding place. And yet, something drew life toward it. Perhaps it was the abundance of insects and other small creatures already living on land and in the lush margins of early forests, available as food and largely untouched. Perhaps it was the simple advantage of escaping the crowded, competitive, predator-filled world of the Devonian rivers and seas. Whatever the pressure, whatever the pull, the movement happened slowly, patiently, across immense stretches of time. Life found a way. One of the most remarkable windows we have into that transition was discovered in 2004 on Ellesmere Island in the far north of Canada. A team of paleontologists led by Neil Shubin uncovered the fossil of a creature that had lain in the rock for approximately 375 million years. They named it Tiktaalik Rosie, a name taken from the Inuktitut language of the local Inuit people, meaning a large freshwater fish. Tiktaalik was remarkable because it sat so precisely, so beautifully at the boundary between fish and tetrapod. It had scales as a fish has. It had fins. And yet it also had a neck, something no fish possesses, a flexible joint between the skull and the body that allowed it to turn its head independently and look around. It had a robust rib cage capable of supporting its body against the pull of gravity. Its front fins contained the same pattern of bones found in the limbs of all tetrapods, familiar arrangement of one bone, two bones, many bones, and those fin bones were strong enough that, in shallow water, or on a mud flat, Tiktaalik could have propped itself up and pushed itself forward. Neil Shubin, who led the expedition that found it, described Tiktaalik as a fishapod, neither fully fish nor fully tetrapod, but something beautifully in between. He later wrote that finding it felt like discovering a chapter of a book that had been missing for a very long time. A chapter that completed a story scientists had long suspected was there, but had never been able to read in full. Tiktaalik lived approximately 375 million years ago. The earliest true tetrapods, creatures with fully developed limbs rather than fins, appear in the fossil record a little later, around 363 million years ago, and between the late Devonian, when those first tetrapods appeared, and the middle of the Carboniferous period, when we next find abundant tetrapod fossils, there is a stretch of roughly 30 million years in which the fossil record grows very thin and quiet. Paleontologists have a name for this gap. They call it Roemer's Gap, after the American paleontologist Alfred Roemer, who first noticed it. For a long time, Roemer's Gap was a source of deep puzzlement. What was happening to these early land-venturing creatures during those 30 million years? Where were they living? How were they changing? The answer, pieced together slowly from newer fossil discoveries, seems to be that during this quiet interval, life on land was diversifying rapidly, but in environments and conditions that left very few fossils behind. The creatures of Roemer's Gap were there, living and adapting and branching into new forms in the warm forests and river margins of the early Carboniferous world. They simply left little trace. The rock conditions of that period and the environments those animals inhabited were not the kind that preserve bones well. And so the story has gaps, like all the oldest stories do. What we do know is that by the middle of the Carboniferous period, roughly 340 million years ago, true amphibians had emerged as a distinct and thriving group. They had developed the 4-limbed They moved on solid ground, however awkwardly. They had eyes suited to seeing in air rather than water, and they had begun to diversify into a remarkable range of forms, many of which would fill the world for the next 100 million years and more. Some of the earliest true amphibians were large and formidable. A group called the temnospondylus included creatures that could reach several meters in length, flat-headed, broad-bodied, with massive jaws, and a semi-aquatic lifestyle, not unlike a modern crocodile. They were predators, lying in wait in shallow water or at the water's edge, ambushing fish and other small creatures. Others were smaller and more agile, darting through the undergrowth of the great Carboniferous coal forests. Others still had reduced or even lost their limbs entirely, returning to a more serpentine, water-adapted form. This variety, this extraordinary proliferation of forms, tells us something important about what happened when life first established itself on land. It was not a cautious, hesitant trickle. It was, in evolutionary terms, an explosion. Once the basic blueprint for land life was in place, the limbs, the lungs, the thicker skin, the ability to lay eggs that could survive some exposure to air life, rushed into the new territory with astonishing creative energy. The land was empty, or nearly empty, and life, as it always does when given an empty space and enough time, filled it. There is something deeply calming about that truth if you allow it to settle. Life is, at its core, an unstoppable movement toward fuller expression. Given any opportunity, any crack in the rock, any shallow, warm pool, any bare and open stretch of ground, it will find a way to grow into it, not urgently, not desperately, but with the quiet, patient certainty of something that has been moving in the same direction for 3.5 billion years. The first tetrapods did not know they were changing the world. They were simply living, one day at a time, one breath at a time, finding food, finding shelter, moving through the warm carboniferous air, their thick limbs carrying them slowly along muddy banks, and through the roots of great club mosses and tree ferns, and in doing so, without without intention or awareness, they opened the door through which all land life would eventually pour. Rest with that thought for a moment. The quiet miracle of those first footsteps, the warm, heavy air of the Carboniferous forest, the soft ground underfoot, the patient, unhurried movement of life finding its way. There is nothing you need to do right now, nothing to hold. Let the ancient forest settle around you in your imagination, warm and green and still. The sound of water somewhere nearby, the slow breathing of creatures who had all the time in the world. Let yourself sink a little deeper now. Feel the surface beneath you supporting your full weight. There is nothing pulling at you, nothing asking anything of you. Just the soft sound of this voice and the story unfolding slowly, like the pages of a very old book turning in a gentle breeze. We have been traveling through deep time together. We have watched life leave the water. We have followed the first tetrapods as they tested the strange new world of land with cautious, clumsy limbs. Now let us arrive at a period that scientists and naturalists sometimes call the golden age of amphibians. A time when these creatures were not the cautious newcomers, not the tentative pioneers, but the undisputed rulers of the land. We are in the Carboniferous period now. The name itself is beautiful in its plainness. It means simply coal-bearing, and the Carboniferous earned that name because it was during this period, stretching from approximately 359 million years ago to 299 million years ago, that the vast forests whose compressed remains would one day become the world's great coal deposits first grew and flourished and fell. The coal in every power station, the coal in every fireplace, the dark seams running through the rock of Wales and Pennsylvania, and the Ruhr Valley of Germany. That coal was once a Carboniferous forest, living trees and plants, breathing and growing in the warm, wet air of a world without winter as we know it. And it is sometimes called, just as fittingly, the age of amphibians. Picture the world of the Carboniferous, the continents, still drifting slowly across the face of the planet, have begun to cluster near the equator. Much of what is now North America and Europe lies in the tropics. The climate is warmer than today, with no polar ice caps and extraordinarily humid. Great swamp forests stretch from horizon to horizon, dense and dripping, filled with a quality of green so deep and saturated it would seem almost unreal to our eyes. The trees of these forests are not like the trees we know. There are no oaks, no pines, no flowering trees of any kind. Instead, the forests are built from giant club mosses, some reaching 30 meters into the humid air, tall as a 10-story building, their trunks scaly and cylindrical, their crowns sparse and feathery. Beside them grow enormous horsetails and vast tree ferns and strange seed-bearing plants called cordatalians. Their long, flat leaves rustling in the warm, moist air. The forest floor is a deep, spongy carpet of moss and fallen vegetation, perpetually damp, threaded with shallow pools and slow, dark streams. Into this world, the amphibians expanded with extraordinary energy by the Carboniferous. The basic tetrapod body plan had been established for tens of millions of years. But now, with a warm and wet world essentially to themselves, no reptiles yet to compete with them on land, no large predatory mammals, no birds, the amphibians diversified into an astonishing range of forms. They became the dominant vertebrates of the land, and they filled that role with a variety and abundance that would not be seen again until the age of the dinosaurs, hundreds of millions of years later. The most successful and diverse group were the temnospondyls. Their name, drawn from ancient Greek, means cut vertebrae, a reference to a particular feature of their backbone. But what is more remarkable than their name is their sheer variety. Around 300 species of fossil temnospondyls have been identified, found on every continent on Earth, dating from the early Carboniferous all the way to the early Cretaceous, a span of more than 200 million years, making them one of the longest persisting groups of vertebrates in the history of life. In the Carboniferous forests, temnospondyls ranged from tiny insect eaters just a few centimeters long, darting through the undergrowth like living needles, all the way up to massive, crocodile-like predators. Some species grew to nearly 6 meters in length, longer than a car, broader than a doorway, low-slung and heavily built, with wide, flat skulls and enormous jaws lined with sharp, backward-pointing teeth. These great creatures would have lain at the edges of carboniferous pools and rivers, nearly motionless, waiting with the patience of ancient stone for a fish or a smaller amphibian to pass within reach. They were, in their own quiet way, magnificent. The Carboniferous was also a time of remarkable size across the animal kingdom. The atmosphere of this period was richer in oxygen than our air today. Estimates suggest oxygen levels may have reached as high as 35% compared to the 21% we breathe now. This extra oxygen allowed both animals and plants to grow to sizes that would be impossible today. Dragonfly-like insects called Meganora soared through the carboniferous air with wingspans of nearly 70 centimeters, larger than any bird alive today. Millipede-like creatures called Arthropleura crawled along the forest floor, some reaching nearly 2.5 meters in length. Spiders and scorpions and cockroaches, already ancient by the Carboniferous, grew to sizes that would seem nightmarish by modern standards. And through this world of giants, the amphibians moved, hunting, resting, breathing the thick, oxygen-rich air, laying their soft, jelly-coated eggs in the shallow water of the coal swamps, and returning, as they always have, to the water that first gave them life. It is worth pausing here on that detail. The eggs, even at the height of their dominance, even as some of their kind grew to the size of large crocodiles and ruled the land with no serious competition, the amphibians remained tied to water in one fundamental way. Their eggs had no shells. They could not be laid on dry ground and left to develop the way a reptile's egg or a bird's egg can. Amphibian eggs must be kept moist. They must be laid in water or in very wet moss or in moist soil. Without water nearby, the eggs dry out This single biological fact would eventually determine the fate of the amphibians' golden age. Because somewhere in the Carboniferous forests, among the smaller, more nimble relatives of the great temnospondyls, something new was happening. A quiet innovation was taking shape in the eggs of certain creatures. An egg with a membrane. An egg with an internal fluid-filled sac that kept the developing embryo moist from the inside, regardless of how dry the outside world might be. An egg that did not need to be laid in water. The amniotic egg. It seems, at first glance, like a small thing, a membrane, a protective layer around a developing embryo. But in the history of life on land, the amniotic egg was one of the most significant inventions that ever occurred. It freed its possessors from their dependence on standing water. It allowed them to move inland, away from the swamps and rivers, into the drier highlands and open plains that amphibians could never reach. And the creatures that possessed it, the first amniotes, the distant ancestors of every reptile, every bird, and every mammal, would go on to inherit much of the land that the amphibians had opened up. But that story belongs to the next chapter. For now, let us remain in the warmth of the Carboniferous coal swamps, in the golden age of amphibians, before any of that had yet to happen. The forest is vast and still. The air is thick with moisture and the smell of growing things. Somewhere in the dark water beneath the tree roots, a great flat-headed temnospondyl rests motionless, its small eyes barely breaking the surface. Around it, the swamp breathes quietly. The giant club mosses sway in a gentle, humid breeze. Insects drift through the green cathedral light above. It is peaceful here, in the oldest of the world's great forests. And the amphibians, for now, have all the time in the world. Let that stillness settle over you now. The deep, warm, green stillness of the Carboniferous. There is no hurry, no urgency, just the soft breathing of an ancient world and the slow, patient unfolding of life finding its way. You are warm. You are safe. The story will continue gently and without rushing all through the night. Let Let your body settle even deeper into rest. There is no need to hold anything tightly tonight. Let your thoughts become soft at the edges, like watercolor bleeding gently into damp paper. You are warm and safe, and the story is here to carry you. We have been living these last few sections in the warm and dripping coal swamps of the Carboniferous. We have walked beside the great flat-headed temnospondyls as they ruled the margins of vast ancient lakes. We have breathed the thick, oxygen-rich air of a world without winter. It has been a good world for the amphibians, a generous world, a world shaped almost perfectly to their needs. But worlds change. They always do in the end. The Carboniferous did not end suddenly. Nothing in the deep story of the earth ends suddenly. Not really. Not when you measure time in millions of years. But gradually, over the last portion of that great period, the climate began to shift. The vast tropical swamp forests that had stretched across the equatorial regions began to break apart. The air grew drier. The temperature became more variable, with sharper differences between seasons. The shallow, permanent pools and waterways that had filled the coal forest understory began to shrink, and in places to disappear entirely. Geologists call this event the Carboniferous rainforest collapse. It was not a single catastrophe, but a slow fragmentation, a gradual drying and cooling that broke the great continuous forest into isolated islands of swampland, separated by stretches of drier, more open country for the amphibians. This was a profound challenge. Remember that single biological fact we touched upon in our last section. The fact that holds true for all amphibians, even today, even after hundreds of millions of years of evolution. Their eggs have no shells. Their eggs need moisture. And so the amphibians, no matter how large or powerful or numerous they became, could never wander far from water. The drying world of the late Carboniferous was drawing the walls of their world inward. The spaces between water bodies were growing wider. And for creatures who could not cross those dry spaces to lay their eggs, the shrinking of the wetlands was an existential pressure of the deepest kind, and yet the story was not simply one of decline. It was also one of transformation. Because the Permian period that followed the Carboniferous, stretching from approximately 299 million years ago to 252 million years ago, was not simply a world the amphibians lost. It was a world in which something new was emerging. Something that had been quietly developing in the shadow of the coal forests, in the drier margins and uplands where amphibians could not follow. A new kind of vertebrate, freed from dependence on standing water, ready to inherit the opening land, the amniotes. By the beginning of the Permian, the world was dominated by the last great supercontinent, known as Pangaea. All the land masses of the earth had drifted together into a single enormous continent, surrounded by a single vast ocean. And Pangaea, with its enormous interior far from the moderating influence of any sea, was a land of extremes, scorching deserts in the center, warm, dry coastal strips, seasonal monsoons that brought brief, intense rains, and long, dry periods between. It was a world that rewarded creatures that could survive without constant access to water. The early amniotes thrived here. Armed with their revolutionary eggs, sealed inside a membrane that kept the embryo moist from the inside, regardless of external conditions, and with thicker, less permeable skin than their amphibian relatives, the amniotes moved inland across Pangaea in ways that the amphibians simply could not. They diversified with extraordinary speed into two great lineages. One lineage would eventually give rise to reptiles, birds, and all the great dinosaurs. The other, the synapsids, would eventually give rise to us, to mammals, to every warm-blooded creature alive today. Among the most spectacular of the early Permian amniotes were creatures called pelycosaurs. The most famous of these, Dimetrodon, is often mistaken for a dinosaur. It is a common feature of children's toy dinosaur sets, its dramatic sailback making it instantly recognizable. But Dimetrodon was no dinosaur. It lived more than 40 million years before the first dinosaurs appeared, and it was far more closely related to you and me than to any reptile. Its great sail, a fan of elongated vertebral spines connected by a thin membrane of skin, may have helped it regulate its body temperature, catching the morning sun to warm quickly and reach an active, hunting state before the cold-blooded amphibians had fully warmed. If that is so, then the sail of Dimetrodon was an early, imperfect experiment in the direction of warm-bloodedness. A first tentative step toward the metabolic revolution that would eventually produce the mammals and their ability to maintain a constant internal temperature in any climate. Meanwhile, the amphibians did not simply disappear. They were too resilient, too flexible, too deeply embedded in the ecosystems of the Permian world for that. The great temnospondyls persisted through the Permian, some of them growing to enormous sizes, their flat skulls and long jaws perfectly suited to the rivers and lakes that remained. They competed, and in many watery environments they held their own, feeding on the abundant fish and smaller creatures that the drier adapted amniotes could not easily reach. But the trajectory was clear. As the Permian progressed, the amniotes diversified faster, spread further, and began to dominate a greater and greater share of the land. The amphibians were being slowly, gently, inexorably pressed back toward the water from which they had come. And then, at the very end of the Permian period, 252 million years ago, something happened that dwarfed every other catastrophe the Earth had yet experienced. Scientists call it the Permian Triassic extinction event. It is also known, with quiet grimness, as the Great Dying. And it was, by every measure, the most devastating event in the history of complex life on Earth. Volcanic activity on an almost unimaginable scale, vast rivers of lava pouring across what is now Siberia for hundreds of thousands of years, pumped enormous quantities of carbon dioxide and sulfur into the atmosphere. The oceans acidified. The climate swung toward extremes of heat that made much of the tropical world uninhabitable. oxygen levels in the ocean plummeted, and life across the breadth of the world collapsed. Up to 90% of all species on Earth were wiped out. Not 90% of individuals, 90% of all species. The variety of life, accumulated over hundreds of millions of years, was reduced in a geological instant to a thin, gasping remnant. The seas were nearly emptied. The land was stripped of most of its vegetation. The great forests fell silent. For the surviving amphibians, the temnospondals, battered and reduced, but not destroyed. What came after was a world almost emptied of competition, and in the early Triassic that followed, they did something remarkable. They bounced back. Their generalist feeding habits, their ability to eat almost anything that moved, their comfort in the freshwater environments that proved more stable than the scorched land. All of these qualities served them well in the shattered world of the early Triassic. Temnospondal fossils from this period are found across the world, from South Africa to Russia to Australia, suggesting they moved freely across the recovering landscape. But the recovery of the temnospondals was, in the end, a last flourishing rather than a new beginning. When the ancestors of the dinosaurs and the early mammals began to diversify in the Middle Triassic, the temnospondals found themselves once again competing with creatures better equipped for the drier, warmer world. Their long decline began. Not a sudden collapse, but a slow retreat, species by species, habitat by habitat, over tens of millions of years. The golden age of amphibians was over, but the amphibians themselves were not finished, far from it. Let that thought rest softly with you as you breathe. Every great story has its turning points. Every long journey has its quiet valleys as well as its peaks. The amphibians had ruled the world once. They would not rule it again in quite the same way. But they would endure. They would adapt. They would find their place in a new and very different world. And they would do so as they had always done, with a patience and a quietness that puts our own brief lives into a very gentle perspective. The world outside is still. The night is soft around you. is far from over. Breathe in slowly and breathe out. Let the sound of this voice be the only thing asking for your attention right now. Everything else can wait until morning. For now, there is just the soft unfolding of this story and the gentle dark around you. We have been traveling through a very long history, through ancient seas, through coal forests, through the slow turning of continents and the collapse of whole ecosystems. And now, emerging from all of that deep time, we arrive at the living world, the world of modern amphibians as they exist today. 8,000 and more species, shaped by hundreds of millions of years of evolution, spread across nearly every environment on Earth where fresh water can be found. All living amphibians belong to a single subclass called Amphibia, a name that means simply smooth amphibian. They are the survivors, the living thread that connects our warm, contemporary world to the ancient Devonian shorelines, where the first creatures with limbs first raised themselves out of the water. And within Amphibia, all of these thousands of living species are divided into 3 great orders, each one distinct, each one extraordinary in its own way. The first, the largest, and the one most familiar to almost everyone on Earth, is the order Anura. Anura means without tail, and the name tells you immediately the most striking thing about a frog or toad when you see one as a fully grown adult. The absence of the long, trailing tail that most other vertebrates possess. Frogs and toads have no tails. Instead, they have powerful, elongated hind legs, folded like springs beneath a compact, rounded body. They are built for a single explosive movement, the leap, in a way that almost no other creature on Earth quite matches. There are approximately 7,757 known species of frogs and toads as of recent counts, and new species continue to be described every year. They live on every continent except Antarctica. They are found in tropical rainforests and in deserts, in the high Andes and in the Arctic tundra, in suburban garden ponds, and in the canopies of the world's tallest trees. Their colors range from the dull brown of bark the most toxic poison dart frogs. Their sizes range from the enormous Goliath frog of Central Africa, which can weigh as much as a large domestic cat, to the tiny Pediphrine amaiensis of Papua New Guinea, barely 7 millimeters long from nose to tail, the smallest known vertebrate on Earth. The word toad, incidentally, has no precise scientific meaning. Toads are simply frogs, members of the order Anura, that have dry, warty skin and a tendency to walk rather than hop, and that often live in drier habitats than their more aquatic relatives. But a toad is a frog in the strictest scientific sense. The distinction is entirely informal. The second order is Caudata, sometimes called Urodela, and it contains the salamanders and newts. The name Caudata means tailed, and unlike their tailless cousins, salamanders keep their tails throughout their entire lives, giving them a long, sinuous, lizard-like appearance that is often quite beautiful to observe. Most salamanders are small, secretive, and nocturnal, creatures of damp forest floors and cool mountain streams, moving quietly through the fallen leaves and wet rock crevices of their chosen habitats. They are not the most visible of the amphibians, but they reward patient attention with an extraordinary variety of forms and behaviors. There are approximately 825 known species of salamanders and newts. They are found primarily in the northern hemisphere, in the forests of North America, Europe, and Asia, though some species extend into Central and South America. Among the salamanders are some of the most remarkable individual animals in the entire amphibian world. The axolotl of Mexico, a permanently aquatic salamander that retains its larval features throughout its entire life, has become famous in scientific circles for its astonishing ability to regenerate entire lost limbs, including portions of its heart and brain, with a speed and completeness that researchers working in medicine and tissue science continue to study with intense interest. Among the salamanders are also the largest amphibians alive on Earth today. The Chinese giant salamander and the closely related Japanese giant salamander are the heavyweights of the entire class Amphibia, reaching lengths of up to 1.5 meters and weights of up to 65 kilograms. These immense, smooth-skinned creatures live in cold, fast-flowing mountain streams in East Asia, moving with great slowness through their dark, rocky underwater world. They are almost entirely nocturnal, detecting the movement of prey through special sensory cells along their sides, and they are extraordinarily long-lived. Individuals in the wild may survive for more than 60 years. The third order is Gymnophiona, and this is perhaps the most surprising of the three. The name means naked serpent, and the caecilians, as they are commonly known, look very much like snakes or very large earthworms, long, legless, with smooth or slightly ringed skin, blunt heads, and tiny or entirely absent eyes. They burrow through the soil of tropical forests and riverbanks, or swim through freshwater streams, spending almost their entire lives completely hidden from casual view. They are so rarely seen that many people who live alongside them have no idea they exist. There are approximately 224 known species of caecilians. They are found across the tropical regions of Central and South America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and South and Southeast Asia. Most are fully burrowing, living their entire lives underground in moist soil. But a few species are fully aquatic, swimming through rivers and streams with a graceful, undulating movement that is quite unlike the movement of any fish. Some caecilian species give birth to live young, while others lay eggs that they carefully protect by coiling around them until they hatch. In some extraordinary species, the newly hatched young feed directly on the skin of their mother, peeling away and consuming the outer layer of her body, which she regenerates especially for this purpose, in a kind of slow, gentle, intimate feeding that has no real parallel anywhere else in the animal kingdom. 3 orders. 3 extraordinary experiments in the art of being an amphibian. And yet, for all their differences, the leaping tailless frog, the sinuous secretive salamander, the blind burrowing caecilian, they share a common heritage and a common set of fundamental traits. They are all ectothermic, drawn their warmth from the world around them. They all have skin that plays an active role in breathing and absorbing water. They all, in one way or another, maintain their ancient, primal connection to water. They are all beneath their extraordinary variety, the same ancient thing, the living descendants of those first tentative creatures who pulled themselves out of a Devonian river 370 million years ago. That connection, running unbroken through all that time, is something to hold gently in your mind as you drift. Picture the three of them for a moment, each in their own world. The frog at the edge of a moonlit pond, still and patient on a lily pad, its golden eyes catching the light. The salamander beneath a mossy log in a damp forest, cool and slow, breathing through its glistening skin. The caecilian deep underground in the warm tropical earth, threading its way blindly and surely through the dark, feeling the soil with its body, entirely at home in a world of perfect darkness. Three ways of being, three quiet lives, continuing a story that began before the first flower ever bloomed, before the first feather ever grew, before the first mammal ever drew breath. Let your own breathing slow to match their gentleness now. You are resting well. The story has so much further to travel tonight, and you can let it carry you wherever it wishes. Let your eyes stay closed. Let the muscles in your face soften. Feel the quiet of the room settling around you like something warm and familiar. You are doing so well. The night is gentle, and the story is here. Tonight, in this section, we are going to spend some time thinking about something very small and very intimate. Something you might pass without noticing on an ordinary day, and yet something that contains, in its delicate structure, some of the most extraordinary biology found anywhere in the natural world. We are going to think about skin. Not your skin, though your skin is remarkable in its own right, but the skin of an amphibian. The thin, moist, glistening surface of a frog, or a salamander, or a caecilian, an organ so different from anything we carry on our own bodies that it is almost difficult to fully imagine what it would feel like to inhabit it, to live inside it, to depend on it not just for protection, but for breathing, for drinking, for sensing the world, and sometimes for defending your life. Amphibian skin is, in the truest sense, a living, breathing organ. Let us begin with breathing, with the process that scientists call cutaneous respiration, a Latin phrase that means simply breathing through the skin. You breathe right now through your lungs. Air moves in through your nose or mouth, travels down through your airways, and arrives in the spongy tissue of the lungs, where oxygen passes through thin membranes into the blood, and carbon dioxide passes back the other way to be breathed out. It is a system that works beautifully, and it is the system that most land vertebrates rely upon almost exclusively. But an amphibian does not rely on its lungs alone. Its skin breathes too. Just beneath the surface of an amphibian's skin lies a dense network of tiny blood vessels, capillaries, so fine and numerous that the entire inner surface of the skin is threaded through with them. And because the outer surface of the skin is kept perpetually moist by special mucus-secreting glands, oxygen from the surrounding air or water can dissolve into that moist surface layer and diffuse directly through the skin and into the blood below. Carbon dioxide travels back the other way, out through the skin and into the air or water. As one evolutionary biologist described it, almost without trying, just having skin that is moist and having some blood vessels in it, an amphibian will exchange gas and water through its skin, whether it intends to or not. The process is passive, continuous, and extraordinarily efficient. For many species, cutaneous respiration is not merely a supplement to lung breathing. It is the primary means of gas exchange. Some species of lungless salamanders belonging to the family Plethodontidae have no lungs at all. They breathe entirely through their skin and the moist lining of their mouths, and they do so with complete success, living active, healthy lives in the cool, oxygen-rich streams and forest floors of the Americas. The family Plethodontidae is, in fact, the largest family of salamanders in the world. species of lungless salamander exist than of any other kind of salamander, which tells us something quietly remarkable about how well the skin alone can serve as a breathing surface, given the right conditions. The secret is moisture. Amphibian skin must remain damp for cutaneous respiration to work, because oxygen can only diffuse across a wet surface. A dry amphibian cannot breathe through its skin. This is why amphibians are almost always found in moist environments, near water, under logs and leaves, in the cool shade of forest floors, and why a frog left in full sun on a dry surface will not simply become uncomfortable, but will begin to suffocate. The skin, for all its remarkable capabilities, requires constant care. It must be kept wet, and it keeps itself wet through its glands. The skin of an amphibian is packed with two kinds of glands, woven into its structure like threads in a fabric. The first kind are mucus glands, small, simple structures that continuously secrete a thin, watery mucus across the skin surface, keeping it moist and smooth and ready for gas exchange. This is the slippery, slightly wet feeling you notice when you hold a frog or a salamander. That gentle, almost silky moisture against your fingers. It is the amphibian maintaining its most essential biological function, simply by being itself. The second kind of glands are granular glands, also called poison glands, and these are where things become considerably more interesting. Granular glands are larger and more complex than mucus glands, and they produce an extraordinary range of chemical compounds. Some of these compounds are simply unpleasant to the taste. Bitter, irritating substances that make a predator regret picking up a toad or a salamander and promptly drop it. Others are far more potent. The skin of amphibians contains some of the most complex and chemically diverse substances found anywhere in the natural world. Researchers have identified hundreds of distinct compounds across different species: amines, peptides, proteins, steroids, and alkaloids, many of them previously unknown to science before they were found in amphibian skin. Some of these compounds interfere with the nervous systems of predators. Some cause intense pain. Some can stop a heart. The skin of the golden poison dart frog of Colombia, a creature barely 5 centimeters long and dressed in a color so brilliant it seems almost artificial, a blazing, impossible yellow-orange, contains enough of a compound called batracotixin to kill several adult humans. It is gram for gram one of the most toxic substances produced by any vertebrate on Earth. And yet, to the frog itself, it is entirely harmless. The frog carries it in its skin as casually as you might carry a coat. Batracotixin works by preventing the sodium channels in nerve and muscle cells from closing properly, meaning that affected muscles, including the heart, receive a continuous, uninterrupted signal to contract. Without the release that would allow them to relax, the result is rapid and irreversible muscle paralysis. The compound is so potent and so precisely targeted at the machinery of the nervous system that it has been studied extensively by pharmacologists and neuroscientists looking to understand and potentially replicate its mechanisms for medical purposes. But the skin of amphibians offers more than just defense. It also absorbs water. Amphibians do not drink in the way that mammals or birds drink. They do not lap water from puddles or tilt their heads back to swallow. Instead, they absorb water directly through their skin, a process so efficient that a dehydrated frog placed in shallow water can rehydrate its body within minutes. The water passing through the skin and into the blood and tissues without the frog needing to do anything at all except sit still. Many frogs have a specialized area of highly permeable skin on their lower belly and inner thighs, sometimes called the drinking patch or seat patch, through which water absorption is particularly rapid and efficient. When a frog is thirsty, it presses this area of its body against a wet surface, a damp leaf, a moist patch of soil, the surface of a shallow puddle, and drinks directly through its skin in the most intimate and immediate way imaginable. Think about that for a moment. between inside and outside for an amphibian is not the sharp, impermeable wall it is for us. For a frog, the world flows in, the moisture of the forest, the oxygen in the air, the water in a rain puddle. All of it moves freely through that thin, glistening surface and becomes part of the animal itself. That openness to the world is one of the most beautiful things about amphibians, and also one of their greatest vulnerabilities, because everything that flows in through that permeable skin, the water, the oxygen, the nutrients, can also carry harm, pollution dissolved in water, chemicals sprayed on crops, fungal spores drifting through the air. The same skin that makes amphibians so exquisitely connected to their environment also makes them exquisitely sensitive to any change in it. But we will return to that story later in our night together. For now, let the image of that soft, glistening skin rest gently in your mind. The moisture on the surface, the fine network of capillaries below, the quiet, continuous, unhurried act of breathing through the largest organ of the body. Your own breathing is slow and easy. The room is still. There is nothing to do, nowhere to be, just rest, as the frog rests at the water's edge, patient and perfectly at home in the soft darkness. Let yourself breathe slowly now, in through the nose and out through the mouth. Feel the weight of your body, heavy and still, perfectly supported. You are doing beautifully. The night is soft around you, and there is nowhere to go and nothing to become. Simply rest and listen. Tonight, in this section, we are going to think about one of the most extraordinary processes in all of biology. A process that has fascinated naturalists and scientists and philosophers for as long as people have sat quietly beside ponds and paid attention to what was happening in the water. A process so complete, so thorough, so absolute in its transformation that it seems at first almost impossible to believe. And yet it happens, quietly and without fanfare, in ponds and rivers and rain puddles all over the world. Every single spring, we are going to think about metamorphosis. The word comes from ancient Greek It means transformation of shape. And while many animals undergo changes as they grow, a caterpillar becoming a butterfly, a larval fish becoming an adult, the metamorphosis of an amphibian is in many ways the most complete and the most dramatic transformation in the entire vertebrate world. It is not merely a change of shape. It is a wholesale rebuilding of almost every system in the body, a creature dissolving, in a sense, and reforming as something entirely new, while remaining in some deep and continuous thread of identity, the same living being throughout. Let us follow the journey from the very beginning. It begins with an egg. A frog's egg is a remarkable thing in its own quiet way. It is small, typically a few millimeters across, and perfectly round, dark on top and pale below. The dark upper surface absorbs heat from the sunlight that filters down through shallow water, warming the developing embryo within. The pale lower surface is harder for predators looking upward from below to distinguish against the bright sky above. Even in its egg, the frog is already shaped by millions of years of quiet survival. The egg is surrounded by a layer of clear, soft jelly, the same gelatinous coating that makes frog spawn feel soft and yielding to the touch, and that makes a cluster of eggs glisten so beautifully in the light of a spring morning. This jelly serves many purposes. It cushions the egg against physical damage. It holds moisture around the developing embryo, and it is slightly distasteful to many potential predators, giving the eggs a small but meaningful degree of protection. Inside the egg, cell division begins almost immediately after fertilization. Slow at first, then faster. A quiet multiplication of cells that gradually, over days and weeks, assembles itself into the recognizable form of a tadpole. The timing depends heavily on temperature. In warmer water, development is faster. A frog's eggs in a warm spring pond may hatch within 2 weeks. In cold water, the same process may take a month or more, and then the tadpole hatches. The newly hatched tadpole is a very simple creature. It has a rounded body, a long, flattened to side to move through the water, and external gills, feathery, delicate structures that extend from its head and extract oxygen from the water. It has a mouth, but not a jaw like an adult frog. Instead, a small, rasping structure suited to scraping algae and plant material from surfaces, or filtering tiny particles of food from the water column. And it has a long, coiled intestine. Because plant material requires long processing to extract sufficient nutrition. The same reason that herbivorous mammals like cows and horses have long, complex digestive systems, the tadpole is, in almost every sense, a completely different kind of animal to the frog it will become. It is herbivorous, where the adult is carnivorous. It breathes through gills, where the adult breathes through lungs and skin. It moves with a tail, where the adult moves with legs. It is entirely aquatic, where the adult is semi-terrestrial. It is as though, within a single life, the animal must first practice being a fish, and then become an amphibian for weeks, sometimes months, depending on species and conditions. The tadpole grows. It feeds and swims and grows larger, building up the energy reserves it will need for the extraordinary event that is coming, and then, triggered by a signal from within its own body, the transformation begins. The signal is hormonal. Deep inside the tadpole's small body, the thyroid gland, a tiny structure in the throat, begins to secrete hormones called thyroxine and triiodothyronine into the blood. These thyroid hormones travel to every cell in the tadpole's body, and in each cell trigger changes that are specific to that cell's type and location. The result is that different parts of the body transform on different schedules, each changing in the way appropriate to its role in the adult frog's body, all coordinated by the same hormonal signal flooding the blood. It is a symphony of transformation conducted by chemistry, playing out across every tissue simultaneously. The hind legs appear first, tiny buds at the base of the tail that gradually lengthen and develop toes. Then the front legs begin to form, growing inside a chamber beneath the skin, and eventually pushing through to the outside world. Meanwhile, the gills are absorbed, quietly dissolved back into the body, and the lungs expand and mature, ready to take over the work of breathing. The tadpole begins to spend more time near the surface of the water, pressing its nostrils up into the air, taking its first experimental breaths through its developing lungs. And then there is the tail. The tail does not simply fall off. It does something far more remarkable than that. It is absorbed, systematically dismantled, cell by cell, from the tip inward, by a process called apoptosis, programmed cell death, in which the cells of the tail destroy themselves in an orderly, unhurried sequence. The proteins and fats and other materials released by this self-dismantling are taken up by the blood and carried to other parts of the body, where they are rebuilt into new structures. The tail, in other words, does not disappear. It is recycled. Its substance becomes part of the frog. During this final phase of metamorphosis, the tadpole barely eats. It is too busy being remade. 3/4 of its long, herbivore's intestine degenerates and is reabsorbed, replaced by the shorter, more muscular gut of a carnivore. A true stomach forms, capable of digesting insects and worms. The skin thickens, develops its mucus and granular glands, and takes on the color and texture of the adult frog. The flat, rasping larval mouth is replaced by the wide, gaping jaw of a predator. The eyes, already present in the tadpole, move and shift in the skull, changing their angle and their optics to suit a creature that will spend its life partly in air rather than water. In the space of roughly 1 week, sometimes less, the transformation reaches its completion. And where there was a tadpole, there is now a froglet. A tiny, perfect, fully formed young frog, pulling itself out of the water and onto land for the first time, blinking in the light, breathing air, feeling the solidity of the ground beneath 4 new legs. And here is something quietly wonderful that science has uncovered in recent decades. Tadpoles are not passive in their own transformation. They have some degree of control over its timing. If a tadpole finds itself in a pond full of predators. If the water around it is dangerous, crowded with creatures that would eat it, it can accelerate its metamorphosis, completing the transformation faster than it otherwise would, so that it can leave the water and escape the threat. Conversely, if the conditions outside the water seem poor, if the air is cold, or the land dry, or food scarce, the tadpole can delay its transformation, remaining in the water longer than usual, waiting for better conditions before committing to the change. A tadpole, in other words, reads its world. It senses danger and opportunity, and it adjusts the timing of one of the most profound biological transformations on Earth in response to what it perceives. There is something in that which invites deep reflection. The idea that even a creature so small and so simple, moving through the water of a spring pond, is responding to its world with a kind of quiet intelligence that we are only beginning to fully understand. Let that thought drift softly through your mind as you rest. The small round egg gleaming in the shallows, the growing tadpole beating its tail in slow circles, and the froglet pulling itself onto a mossy stone in the morning light, taking its first breath of air. 3 forms, 1 life, 1 quiet, extraordinary transformation. Your breathing is slow and easy. The night is all around you, soft and still. Let the images settle like reflections on a pond at dusk. Gentle and unhurried, you are resting beautifully. Let your body grow heavier now. Feel the gentle pull of rest drawing you deeper. There is nothing to watch, nothing to check, nothing to solve. Just this quiet voice and the soft, unhurried story it is carrying you through. In this section, we are going to step inside the sensory world of the amphibian. We are going to ask, as gently and carefully as we can, what it might be like to perceive the world through the senses of a frog sitting at the edge of a pond on a warm summer evening. What does it see? What does it hear? How does the world reach it? And how does it reach back into the world? The answers are, as with so much about these ancient and remarkable creatures, stranger and more beautiful than we might expect. let us begin with vision, with the eyes. If you have ever looked closely at a frog's face, one of the first things you notice is the eyes. They are large, often disproportionately large compared to the size of the head, and they are set high and wide on the skull, positioned to give the widest possible field of view. A frog can see in almost every direction at once, forward, sideways, and even somewhat behind itself, without moving its head. This panoramic vision is enormously useful for a small creature that must watch for predators from every direction, while also keeping an eye out for potential prey. But the quality of a frog's vision is not merely about its wide field of view. It is also about what the frog chooses to pay attention to. Research into frog visual systems has revealed something that is at once charming and deeply practical. Frogs are exquisitely sensitive to movement. A small, moving object, the kind of movement made by a fly or a cricket or a small moth crossing the frog's visual field, triggers an immediate, precise response in the frog's nervous system. The frog locks onto the moving target and prepares to strike. A stationary object, by contrast, may barely register. Frogs have been observed sitting within easy reach of dead prey, making no attempt to eat it because it is not moving. For a frog, in many ways, stillness equals invisibility. The world is divided not so much into safe and dangerous, edible and inedible, as into moving and still. It is a beautifully efficient sensory strategy for a predator that hunts live, mobile prey, and also, perhaps, a useful reminder that the safest thing a small creature can do in a world full of frogs is simply to stop moving. The eyes of frogs are also capable of seeing in very low light, with large pupils that can open wide in darkness to gather as much available light as possible. Many frogs are most active at night, hunting under the stars and the light of the moon, and their eyes are built accordingly. Sensitive, fast adapting, and richly supplied with the rod cells that specialize in low light detection. Some species can see in conditions of near total darkness that would leave a human effectively blind. There is one other curious fact about frog eyes that deserves a quiet moment of attention. When a frog swallows its prey, it blinks not as a reflex of surprise, but as an active part of the swallowing process. The frog's eyes retract downward into the roof of the mouth, pressing against the food in the throat and helping to push it down and back toward the stomach. It is one of those details of biology that seems almost too improbable to be true. And yet, it is entirely, beautifully true. The eyes of a frog are not merely instruments of vision. They are, quite literally, part of the swallowing mechanism. Now let us think about hearing. The hearing of amphibians is one of the great evolutionary bridges in the story of vertebrate senses. Fish detect vibrations in water through their lateral line. A row of pressure-sensitive hair cells running along the sides of the body, and through a simple inner ear as vertebrates moved onto land. They needed a new way to detect vibrations in air, which is a far less dense and transmissive medium than water. Sound moves differently in air. It takes a more sophisticated apparatus to catch it. The solution that evolved in the early tetrapods, and that is preserved in refined form in modern frogs, was the tympanic membrane. You can see the tympanic membrane of a frog quite easily if you look at the side of its head just behind the eye. It appears as a round, flat disc of slightly different color and texture from the surrounding skin, smooth and taut, like the head of a very small drum, which is, in essence, exactly what it is. The tympanic membrane vibrates in response to sound waves traveling through the air, and those vibrations are transmitted through a small bone called the stapes to the inner ear, where specialized sensory cells convert them into electrical signals that travel to the brain. The frog's inner ear is particularly interesting because it contains not one but two distinct hearing organs, the amphibian papilla and the basilar papilla. Each is tuned to a different range of frequencies. The amphibian papilla is sensitive to lower frequencies, including many of the calls produced by other frogs. The basilar papilla is sensitive to higher frequencies. Together, they give the frog a rich and nuanced hearing that is exquisitely tuned to the sounds of its own world, particularly the calls of potential mates and territorial rivals. Some frog species lack an obvious external tympanic membrane, and for a long time scientists wondered how they could possibly hear at all. The answer, it turns out, involves the lungs. In these species, sound vibrations are transmitted through the body wall and detected by the lungs, which then relay them to the inner ear through a pathway involving the tissues of the body. It is an elegant, unexpected solution, the lungs serving as a kind of broad, diffuse eardrum spread across the chest. Salamanders and caecilians, which are generally less vocal than frogs, have somewhat different hearing arrangements. Many aquatic salamanders retain the lateral line sensory system from their larval stage into adulthood. A row of pressure and vibration detectors inherited directly from their fish ancestors, sensitive to disturbances in the water around them. Caecilians, living underground and largely removed from the world of airborne sound, may rely more on vibrations transmitted directly through the soil and into the jaw and skull. Now let us consider one more sense, one that is perhaps the most surprising of all: electroreception. Some amphibians can detect weak electrical fields in the water around them. This sense, known as electroreception, is found in all three orders of living amphibians: in frogs, in salamanders, and in caecilians. Though it is most developed in fully aquatic species, it works through specialized sensory cells embedded in the skin or in the lateral line system, cells that are sensitive to the tiny electrical signals generated by the muscle contractions of nearby animals. Every living creature with muscles produces a small electrical field simply by being alive. An electroreceptive amphibian can sense these fields and use them to detect hidden prey, a worm buried in mud, a small fish sheltering in a crevice, a tadpole hovering motionless in the shadows. Electroreception is a sense so alien to our own experience sense that it is genuinely difficult to imagine what it feels like from the inside. We have no analog for it in our own sensory repertoire. We cannot feel electricity the way an aquatic salamander cannot sense the quiet electrical hum of a living body in the water nearby. And yet, for the creatures that possess it, it is simply one more thread in the rich tapestry of information that the world provides. Smell and taste complete the picture. Amphibians have both, using chemical receptors in the nose and mouth to sample their environment continuously. Many species possess a vomeronasal organ, a specialized chemosensory structure in the roof of the mouth that detects chemicals dissolved in water or mucus, giving them information about food, predators, and potential mates. Caecilians possess a pair of small, retractable sensory tentacles near their snouts. Unique among all vertebrates, which they extend to sample the soil and water around them for chemical information, a world perceived through movement and electrical fields, and chemical signals and vibrations in the earth. A world built from threads of sensation that we can barely imagine, experienced by creatures who have been alive in one form or another for 370 million years. Let that richness settle softly into your resting mind. The frog at the pond's edge, its wide eyes scanning the dark. The salamander beneath its log, its lateral line reading the water's tremors. The caecilian underground, its tentacles tasting the soil. Each one perfectly equipped to perceive its own world. Each one perfectly at home in the darkness. And you perfectly at home in yours. Let your breath come and go without any effort at all. Notice how it happens on its own, how your chest rises and falls without you needing to think about it, without any instruction or intention. That quiet, automatic rhythm is one of the most fundamental facts of being alive. And tonight, we are going to spend some time thinking about breathing. Not your breathing, though yours is beautifully steady and slow, but the breathing of the amphibians, a story that is, as with everything about these creatures, far stranger and more varied than than we might expect. Amphibians are the most variable group of vertebrates on Earth when it comes to the way they breathe. No other class of animals employs so many different strategies for taking in oxygen and releasing carbon dioxide. A frog breathes differently from a lungless salamander. A tadpole breathes differently from the adult frog it will become. An aquatic salamander breathes differently on a warm summer night than it does in the cold depths of winter beneath a frozen pond. The story of amphibian breathing is a story of remarkable flexibility, of life finding not one solution to the problem of gas exchange, but many, and holding all of them simultaneously in the same body. Let us begin at the beginning with the lungs. Amphibian lungs are ancient structures, among the oldest lungs in the history of life, inherited in modified form from the air-breathing fish of the Devonian period, who first developed the ability to gulp oxygen from the surface of warm, low-oxygen pools. In most modern amphibians, the lungs have developed considerably beyond those early structures, but they remain simpler than the lungs of reptiles, birds, or mammals. An amphibian's lungs are essentially a pair of hollow sacs, their inner walls lined with a spongy, richly vascularized tissue that provides a large surface area for gas exchange. Frogs have the most developed amphibian lungs, subdivided into many small chambers called favoli that increase the breathing surface considerably. Salamanders have simpler, smoother lungs, and some caecilians have a single lung, the left lung reduced almost to nothing. In an evolutionary accommodation to their long, narrow, burrowing bodies. But what is truly interesting about amphibian lungs is not their structure. It is the way the animal fills them. You breathe by expanding your chest. Your rib cage moves outward. Your diaphragm moves downward, and the expanding space inside your chest draws air in through your nose or mouth. The way a bellows draws air in when you pull its handles apart. This is called negative pressure breathing. You create a lower pressure inside your chest than outside, and the air flows in to equalize it. It is the same mechanism used by all other air-breathing vertebrates with well-developed rib cages. Amphibians cannot breathe this way. Most amphibians have reduced or absent rib cages. Their ribs, where they exist at all, are short and do not form the enclosing basket that yours do. They have no diaphragm, and so they cannot expand a chest cavity to draw air in. Instead, they use a mechanism that is at once more ancient and more effortful. A mechanism so different from our own breathing that it takes a moment to fully picture it. They breathe with their throats. The process is called buccal pumping, from the Latin word for cheek. And if you have ever watched a frog sitting still on a stone or a lily pad, you may have noticed the rapid, continuous flutter of its throat. A quick, shallow pulsing that never seems to stop. That flutter is the frog breathing, not with its chest, but with the floor of its mouth. Here is how it works. The floor of the frog's mouth drops downward, lowering the pressure in the mouth cavity and drawing fresh air in through the nostrils. The nostrils then close. The floor of the mouth rises again, compressing the air in the mouth cavity and driving it forward and downward into the lungs through the glottis. The opening to the airway. The lungs are inflated not by suction, as yours are, but by pressure. Air is pushed in from the outside, actively pumped in by the rhythmic rise and fall of the throat. It is a more laborious way to breathe than our own method. It requires the frog to actively push air into its lungs, rather than simply expanding a space and letting the atmosphere do the work. And because it is less efficient, the frog's lungs alone cannot supply all the oxygen a resting frog needs, which is precisely why the skin must take up so much of the work of gas exchange. The relationship between skin breathing and lung breathing in amphibians is one of the most finely balanced and flexible in all of biology. In a resting frog sitting in warm water, the skin may supply the majority of the frog's oxygen needs, and the lungs may barely be used at all. In an active frog leaping and hunting on a warm summer evening, the lungs are pressed into full service, supplementing the steady, passive work of the skin. the balance between the two shifts moment by moment, season by season, depending on temperature, activity level, and the oxygen content of the surrounding air or water. Carbon dioxide, interestingly, follows a somewhat different path. While oxygen enters the body through both skin and lungs, carbon dioxide is eliminated predominantly through the skin. In fact, the skin accounts for approximately 2/3 of total carbon dioxide release in most amphibians. The skin is a far more efficient avenue for carbon dioxide than the lungs, because carbon dioxide diffuses much more rapidly through biological tissues than oxygen does. The result is an elegant division of labor: lungs for taking in oxygen, skin for letting out carbon dioxide, each doing the part of the job it is best equipped to do. And then there are the lungless salamanders, the family Plethodontidae. The lungless salamanders represents one of the most extraordinary evolutionary experiments in the history of vertebrate breathing. Somewhere in the distant past, the ancestors of this group lost their lungs entirely, not through catastrophe or disease, but through gradual evolutionary reduction. The lungs becoming smaller and smaller over generations, as the cool, fast-flowing, oxygen-rich mountain streams these animals inhabited provided more than enough dissolved oxygen for the skin alone to absorb. The lungs became unnecessary, and so they disappeared. Today, a lungless salamander breathes entirely through its skin and the moist lining of its mouth and throat. It has no lungs at all, and yet it is a perfectly healthy, active, successful animal, living its life as completely as any lung-bearing creature. The family Plethodontidae contains more species than any other salamander family. More than 470 species distributed across North, Central, and South America, as well as parts of Europe. By any measure of evolutionary success, the decision to abandon lungs entirely has worked out rather well. There is also the remarkable case of species that retain their gills, not just through their larval stage, but throughout their entire lives. The axolotl, that wonderful Mexican salamander with its feathery external gills like the branches of a tiny tree never undergoes complete metamorphosis under natural conditions. It keeps its gills, its aquatic lifestyle, its larval body form through its entire life. This condition, retaining larval features into adulthood, is called neoteny, and it is found in several salamander species. The axolotl breathes through its gills when submerged, through its lungs when it surfaces for air, and through its skin continuously. 3 breathing systems, all functioning simultaneously in a single small body, and through all of this variety, gills, lungs, skin, throat pumping, carbon dioxide drifting silently outward through a permeable surface. The fundamental story is the same. Oxygen in, carbon dioxide out, life continuing its ancient, patient rhythm, one breath at a time. Your own breathing is slow and deep now. In through the nose, cool and easy. Out through the mouth, warm and releasing. Each breath a small and perfect act of being alive, the same act in its essence that has been performed by every breathing creature since the first fish opened its mouth to the oxygen-rich air of a Devonian afternoon. Feel the stillness of the room. Feel the weight of your resting body. There is nothing more to do tonight than breathe and listen, and let the story carry you gently forward. Let your breath come and go without any effort at all. Notice how it happens on its own, how your chest rises and falls without you needing to think about it, without any instruction or intention. That quiet, automatic rhythm is one of the most fundamental facts of being alive. And tonight, we are going to spend some time thinking about breathing. Not your breathing, though yours is beautifully steady and slow, but the breathing of the amphibians, a story that is, as with everything about these creatures, far stranger and more varied than we might expect. Amphibians are the most variable group of vertebrates on Earth when it comes to the way they breathe. No other class of animals employs so many different strategies for taking in oxygen and releasing carbon dioxide. A frog breathes differently from a lungless tadpole breathes differently from the adult frog it will become. An aquatic salamander breathes differently on a warm summer night than it does in the cold depths of winter beneath a frozen pond. The story of amphibian breathing is a story of remarkable flexibility, of life finding not one solution to the problem of gas exchange, but many, and holding all of them simultaneously in the same body. Let us begin at the beginning with the lungs. Amphibian lungs are ancient structures, among the oldest lungs in the history of life, inherited in modified form from the air-breathing fish of the Devonian period, who first developed the ability to gulp oxygen from the surface of warm, low-oxygen pools. In most modern amphibians, the lungs have developed considerably beyond those early structures, but they remain simpler than the lungs of reptiles, birds, or mammals. An amphibian's lungs are essentially a pair of hollow sacs, their inner walls lined with a spongy, richly vascularized tissue that provides a large surface area for gas exchange. Frogs have the most developed amphibian lungs, subdivided into many small chambers called favoli that increase the breathing surface considerably. Salamanders have simpler, smoother lungs, and some caecilians have a single lung, the left lung reduced almost to nothing. In an evolutionary accommodation to their long, narrow, burrowing bodies. But what is truly interesting about amphibian lungs is not their structure. It is the way the animal fills them. You breathe by expanding your chest. Your rib cage moves outward. Your diaphragm moves downward. And the expanding space inside your chest draws air in through your nose or mouth. The way a bellows draws air in when you pull its handles apart. This is called negative pressure breathing. You create a lower pressure inside your chest than outside, and the air flows in to equalize it. It is the same mechanism used by all other air-breathing vertebrates with well-developed rib cages. Amphibians cannot breathe this way. Most amphibians have reduced or absent rib cages. Their ribs, where they exist at all, are short and do not form the enclosing basket that yours do. They have no diaphragm and so they cannot expand a chest cavity to draw air in. Instead, they use a mechanism that is at once more ancient and more effortful. A mechanism so different from our own breathing that it takes a moment to fully picture it. They breathe with their throats. The process is called buccal pumping, from the Latin word for cheek. And if you have ever watched a frog sitting still on a stone or a lily pad, you may have noticed the rapid, continuous flutter of its throat. A quick, shallow pulsing that never seems to stop. That flutter is the frog breathing, not with its chest, but with the floor of its mouth. Here is how it works. The floor of the frog's mouth drops downward, lowering the pressure in the mouth cavity and drawing fresh air in through the nostrils. The nostrils then close. The floor of the mouth rises again, compressing the air in the mouth cavity and driving it forward and downward into the lungs through the glottis. The opening to the airway. The lungs are inflated not by suction, as yours are, but by pressure. Air is pushed in from the outside, actively pumped in by the rhythmic rise and fall of the throat. It is a more laborious way to breathe than our own method. It requires the frog to actively push air into its lungs, rather than simply expanding a space and letting the atmosphere do the work. And because it is less efficient, the frog's lungs alone cannot supply all the oxygen a resting frog needs, which is precisely why the skin must take up so much of the work of gas exchange. The relationship between skin breathing and lung breathing in amphibians is one of the most finely balanced and flexible in all of biology. In a resting frog sitting in warm water, the skin may supply the majority of the frog's oxygen needs, and the lungs may barely be used at all. In an active frog leaping and hunting on a warm summer evening, the lungs are pressed into full service, supplementing the steady, passive work of the skin. The balance between the two shifts moment by moment, season by season, depending on temperature, activity level, and the oxygen content of the surrounding air or water. Carbon dioxide, interestingly, follows a somewhat different path. While oxygen enters the body through both skin and lungs, carbon dioxide is eliminated predominantly through the skin. In fact, the skin accounts for approximately 2/3 of total carbon dioxide release in most amphibians. The skin is a far more efficient avenue for carbon dioxide than the lungs, because carbon dioxide diffuses much more rapidly through biological tissues than oxygen does. The result is an elegant division of labor: lungs for taking in oxygen, skin for letting out carbon dioxide, each doing the part of the job it is best equipped to do. And then there are the lungless salamanders, the family Plethodontidae. The lungless salamanders represents one of the most extraordinary evolutionary experiments in the history of vertebrate breathing. Somewhere in the distant past, the ancestors of this group lost their lungs entirely, not through catastrophe or disease, but through gradual evolutionary reduction. The lungs becoming smaller and smaller over generations, as the cool, fast-flowing, oxygen-rich mountain streams these animals inhabited provided more than enough dissolved oxygen for the skin alone to absorb. The lungs became unnecessary, and so they disappeared. Today, a lungless salamander breathes entirely through its skin and the moist lining of its mouth and throat. It has no lungs at all, and yet it is a perfectly healthy, active, successful animal, living its life as completely as any lung-bearing creature. The family Plethodontidae contains more species than any other salamander family. More than 470 species distributed across North, Central, and South America, as well as parts of Europe. By any measure of evolutionary success, the decision to abandon lungs entirely has worked out rather well. There is also the remarkable case of species that retain their gills, not just through their larval stage, but throughout their entire lives. The axolotl, that wonderful Mexican salamander with its feathery external gills like the branches of a tiny tree, never undergoes complete metamorphosis under natural conditions. It keeps its gills, its aquatic lifestyle, its larval body form through its entire life. This condition, retaining larval features into adulthood, is called neoteny, and it is found in several salamander species. The axolotl breathes through its gills when submerged, through its lungs when it surfaces for air, and through its skin continuously. 3 breathing systems, all functioning simultaneously in a single small body, and through all of this variety, gills, lungs, skin, throat pumping, carbon dioxide drifting silently outward through a permeable surface. The fundamental story is the same. Oxygen in, carbon dioxide out, life continuing its ancient, patient rhythm, one breath at a time. Your own breathing is slow and deep now. In through the nose, cool and easy. Out through the mouth, warm and releasing. Each breath a small and perfect act of being alive, the same act in its essence that has been performed by every breathing creature since the first fish opened its mouth to the oxygen-rich air of a Devonian afternoon. Feel the stillness of the room. Feel the weight of your resting body. There is nothing more to do tonight than breathe and listen, and let the story carry you gently forward. Let your breathing slow a little more now. Let the thoughts of the day grow distant, like lights fading at the far end of a long road. You are warm and still, and the story is here to hold you. In this section, we are going to travel, not quickly, never quickly on a night like this, but gently, drifting from one corner of the earth to another, visiting the places where amphibians make their homes. And we are going to discover, perhaps with some surprise, that the world of the amphibian is far wider and more varied than their reputation for needing water might suggest, because while it is true that all amphibians need moisture, that their permeable skin and shellless eggs tie them in some fundamental way to the presence of water. The extraordinary variety of their adaptations has allowed them to find moisture in the most unlikely of places, to survive in environments that would seem, at first glance, to be entirely inhospitable to soft-skinned, moisture-dependent creatures. Amphibians live everywhere on Earth except Antarctica and the driest of the true polar deserts. They are found in the tropics and in the subarctic, in rainforests so so dense and wet that the air itself feels like water, and in deserts so dry that rain may not fall for years, in the deepest valleys and on high mountain slopes where the temperature barely rises above freezing, even in the warmest months. In the canopies of the world's tallest trees, and in the darkness of underground caves where no light has ever reached, let us begin in the place where they are most abundant, in the place where they are most fully, most gloriously, most overwhelmingly themselves. Let us begin in the tropical rainforest, the Amazon basin of South America contains the greatest concentration of amphibian species on Earth. In a single hectare of primary Amazonian rainforest, an area roughly the size of 2.5 football pitches, more species of frog may be found than in the entire continent of Europe across the Amazon basin as a whole. More than 1,000 species of amphibian have been recorded, and new species continue to be described by scientists working in its remotest corners. Every year, the density and diversity of life in that great forest is almost beyond comprehension. A richness accumulated over tens of millions of years of evolution in a warm, wet, stable environment that has persisted largely intact far longer than the forests of any other region on Earth. In the Amazon rainforest, frogs occupy every available niche. On the forest floor, leaf litter frogs, small, cryptically colored, impossibly well camouflaged, move through the fallen leaves in near total darkness, their mottled brown and gray patterns making them nearly invisible against the forest floor. In the mid-story, dozens of species of tree frog cling to branches, and leaves with their adhesive toe pads, hunting insects in the warm, humid air. In the canopy above, more specialized species spend their entire lives without ever descending to the ground, laying their eggs in the water-filled centers of bromeliad plants. The cup-shaped water reservoirs that form in the leaf axils of these remarkable epiphytes, each one a tiny private pond suspended high above the forest floor. The calls of Amazonian frogs fill the night with a layered, complex, overlapping symphony of sound. Not one or two voices, but dozens, each species calling at its own frequency and rhythm, each one tuned to be heard by the ears of its own kind above the cacophony of all the others. A sound that once heard is never forgotten. The voice of the most biologically rich place on earth, singing in the dark. But the rainforest is only one of the amphibians' many homes. Let us travel now to the other end of the spectrum, to the desert. It might seem at first like a contradiction. An amphibian in a desert, a creature whose skin must stay moist, whose eggs need water, living in a place where rain may not fall for years at a time, and yet amphibians have found their way even here, through a suite of extraordinary adaptations that represent some of the most remarkable survival strategies in the natural world. In the arid interior of Australia, in the great sun-baked plains and claypans that stretch for hundreds of kilometers between the red sand dunes, a group of frogs known as water-holding frogs have made the desert their home. When the rare and unpredictable rains do come, sometimes after a wait of 2, 3, or even 5 years, these frogs emerge from the ground in enormous numbers, breeding explosively in the temporary pools that form across the flooded plain. They feed voraciously, building up enormous fat reserves. And then, as the water evaporates and the land dries again, they do something remarkable. They bury themselves, using small, spade-like structures on their hind feet. Water-holding frogs dig themselves down into the soil, sometimes to a depth of 1 meter or more, to where the ground stays cool and moist even when the surface above is bone dry. Once deep enough, the frog's skin begins to secrete layer after layer of shed skin cells, building up a thin but surprisingly effective cocoon around the body. A biological wrapper that dramatically slows the evaporation of moisture from the skin's surface. Inside this cocoon, the frog enters a state of profound dormancy called estivation, the summer equivalent of hibernation. Its metabolism dropping to the absolute minimum needed to keep it alive. And there it waits, motionless, patient beyond any human understanding of patience, waiting for rain that may not come for years. Its bladder, enlarged to accommodate enormous quantities of water, absorbed during the brief wet season, serves as a biological canteen, a reservoir of clean, fresh water carried within the body through the long, dry wait. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia's desert regions knew of the water-holding frog long before any Western scientist recorded it. They knew that in times of drought, a buried frog dug carefully from the ground and gently squeezed could provide a mouthful of clean, sweet water to a thirsty traveler crossing the desert, and they were careful when they drank to set the frog down alive and unharmed, an act of respect and reciprocity toward a creature whose knowledge of the desert ran deeper than their own. Now, let us travel to the mountains, high mountain streams, cold, clear, fast-flowing, full of oxygen, are home to some of the most specialized amphibians on Earth. Here, where the water is so cold that most fish cannot survive, and where the growing season is so short that most land creatures cannot complete a full life cycle, certain salamanders and frogs have made their home in conditions that would seem to allow no margin for error. The Andean highlands of South America are home to a remarkable group of aquatic frogs belonging to the genus Telmatobius, sometimes called water frogs or Titicaca frogs, that have adapted so completely to cold, oxygen-rich mountain water that they have reduced or lost their lungs entirely, breathing almost exclusively through their extraordinary skin. The Lake Titicaca frog, living at an altitude of approximately 3,800 meters above sea level in one of the world's highest navigable lakes, has evolved folds and wrinkles of loose, baggy skin that dramatically increase its surface area, maximizing the amount of oxygen it can absorb from the cold, oxygen-thin air and water of the high Andes. When researchers first described this frog, with its loose, wrinkled, almost comically baggy skin, which reminded them of something worn rather than grown, they gave it the name Telmatobius culeus. The colloquial name that local people use for it translates, with affectionate irreverence, as the scrotum frog. It is a creature perfectly shaped by its extreme environment. Every fold and wrinkle of its extraordinary skin, a precise response to the demands of living at altitude in cold water. Then there are the cloud forests, those remarkable intermediate zones on tropical mountain slopes, wrapped in perpetual mist, where the moisture in the air is so constant that the trees are draped with mosses and bromeliads from root to crown. Here, the humidity is high enough that certain frogs have evolved to bypass the aquatic larval stage entirely, laying their eggs not in water, but in moist leaf litter or mossy crevices, where the humidity of the cloud forest air keeps them sufficiently moist to develop directly into tiny froglets, without ever passing through the tadpole stage. Each habitat, each corner of the world, each seemingly impossible environment, and the amphibians, patient and adaptable and ancient beyond measure, finding their way into all of it. Let these landscapes drift through your mind, now like scenes in a slow, gentle dream. The dripping Amazon forest at midnight, alive with 1,000 voices. The silent Australian desert, baked white under the midday sun, with a small frog sleeping deep below in the cool, dark earth. The cold, clear mountain stream, tumbling over gray stones in the thin, high air. 3 worlds, one ancient lineage, finding a way, always finding a way. Your breathing is slow and easy. The night is soft and deep. Let the images carry you wherever they wish. Let your whole body soften now. Every muscle, every joint, every place where tension has gathered through the day. Let it go gently and without effort, like a hand opening slowly in warm water. You have come a long way through the night already. The story has been carrying you, and it will carry you still further. There is nothing you need to hold on to. Close your eyes a little more and listen somewhere in the world right now. Somewhere warm and wet and alive with the presence of water. A frog is calling. Perhaps at the edge of a pond in a summer garden, or in the reeds of a slow river, or in the canopy of a tropical forest where the rain has just finished falling and left the night air clean and sweet and trembling with sound. Wherever it is, there is a frog calling in the dark, its throat pulsing with the oldest and most persistent music on land. Tonight, we are going to listen to that music. We are going to think about what it means and where it comes from, and what extraordinary complexity lies beneath the surface of a sound so familiar that we often hear it without truly listening. The calls of frogs are among the most ancient vocal communications on Earth. Frogs were calling across the darkness of warm Jurassic nights 200 million years ago, long before any bird sang its first song, long before any mammal found its voice. The frog's call is, in terms of evolutionary history, one of the founding voices of the living world. And today, in the diversity of its forms, from the deep, resonant boom of a bullfrog to the high, crystalline whistle of a tiny tree frog, to the extraordinary mechanical trill of a Tungara frog in a Central American rainforest. It remains one of the most varied and complex acoustic systems in all of nature. Almost all frog calls are produced by males. The male frog has a larynx, a voice box, located in his throat, and when he forces air from his lungs across the vocal cords stretched inside it, the cords vibrate and produce sound. Many male frogs also have one or two vocal sacs, thin, elastic pouches of skin beneath the chin or at the sides of the head that inflate like small balloons when air is pushed into them, acting as resonating chambers that amplify the call and project it outward into the night. In species with paired lateral vocal sacs, the inflated sacs give the calling frog an almost comical, wide-faced appearance, as though it has been struck on both cheeks simultaneously. But the function is entirely serious. A louder call reaches further. A call that reaches further attracts more females and warns off more rivals. The primary purpose of the male advertisement call is exactly what the name suggests. It is an advertisement, a broadcast, sent out into the dark, announcing the caller's presence, his species identity, his location, and encoded in the fine details of his call's structure. Something about his quality as a potential mate. Females of the same species listen to these calls with extraordinary discrimination, using subtle differences in call rate, in the duration of individual notes, in the spacing between pulses of sound, to assess and compare the males calling around them, a male that calls faster or more vigorously, or with a lower fundamental frequency, which in many species correlates with larger body size, is more attractive to females, who will move toward him through the dark, drawn by the acoustic signal of his fitness. The specificity of frog calls is one of the most remarkable aspects of this communication system. Each species has its own call, or rather, its own suite of calls that is distinct enough to be recognized by the ears of its own kind, even in the midst of a deafening chorus of dozens of other species, all calling simultaneously. Females do not need to see a male to identify his species. They can recognize him by his voice alone, in total darkness, at considerable distance, amid a wall of competing sound. The tuning of the female's auditory system to the specific frequencies and temporal patterns of her own species call is a piece of biological precision that took millions of years to evolve, and it is exquisitely effective. This species specificity is not merely a convenience. It is the foundation of reproductive isolation, the acoustic barrier that prevents closely related species living in the same habitat from accidentally interbreeding, where two related frog species live in the same pond or forest. Their calls are almost invariably more different from each other than those of species that live far apart and never encounter each other at all. The calls diverge under the pressure of competition, a process called reproductive character displacement, because any confusion between the species would result in wasted reproductive effort, and natural selection acts powerfully against such waste. The most familiar frog call, the deep, rhythmic croaking that has become the universal sound of summer ponds, is an advertisement call. But frogs produce many other kinds of calls males as well. There is the territorial call, a shorter, sharper version of the advertisement call, produced when a rival male approaches too closely. Males of many species hold territories around their calling sites. A patch of bank, a reed stem, a particular branch overhanging the water, and will call aggressively at intruders, escalating to physical wrestling if the vocal warning is not heeded. There is the release call, produced by a male who has been mistakenly grasped by another male. A rapid, vibrating signal that communicates not now, which causes the grasping male to release his hold. There is the distress call, a loud, startling shriek produced when a frog is seized by a predator, which may startle the predator into dropping its prey or attract larger predators that might, in turn, threaten the first. And there is one more category of frog call that deserves particular attention. One that has only recently begun to be properly documented and understood. The calls of female frogs. For a long time, it was assumed that female frogs were largely silent, that the elaborate vocal world of the frog was an exclusively male domain. But research over the past 2 decades has gradually revealed a much richer picture. Female frogs of many species produce soft calls of their own, calls that may indicate receptivity, that may coordinate the timing of mating, or that may help maintain contact with a partner in the darkness. In some species, the female calls back to the male in a duet, a coordinated exchange of sound in which male and female alternate their calls with a timing so precise that the resulting pattern sounds to the ear like the call of a single larger animal. The purpose of this duetting behavior is not yet fully understood, but it may help the pair maintain their position relative to each other in dense vegetation, or signal to other females and males the status of the pair bond. Some frog species have evolved calls in frequency ranges well beyond those that human ears can detect. Certain torrent frogs, living beside fast-flowing mountain streams, where the constant roar of the water would mask conventional low-frequency calls, have evolved ultrasonic calls calls at frequencies above 20,000 hertz to communicate in a range above the noise of the water. Others have evolved seismic signals, thumping the ground with their feet to send vibrations through the earth to other frogs nearby, communicating through the substrate when the air is too noisy for sound to carry effectively. And then there is the chorus. When many males of the same species call together at a breeding site, something extraordinary happens. The calls begin to synchronize, not perfectly, not in tight unison, but in a loose, rolling, overlapping pattern in which each frog calls in turn, filling the gaps between the calls of its neighbors, so that the overall soundscape never falls fully silent. One frog's call triggers the calls of those around it, and theirs in turn trigger others, and the whole pond erupts in a cascading wave of sound that rolls around the water's edge like a living thing. The frog chorus is one of the great acoustic events of the natural world, and it is, in its own way, deeply calming to hear, not because it is quiet, but because it is so utterly and completely alive, so full of presence, so entirely given over to the single urgent purpose of being heard in the dark. Let it play softly in your imagination now. The pond at midnight, the warm, still air, the reflection of stars on the water and all around, rising from the reeds and the mud and the overhanging branches, the rolling, overlapping, ancient music of the frogs, calling across the dark as they have called across every dark for 200 million years. You are resting beautifully. Let the music carry you. Let your thoughts grow quiet now. Let them soften and slow, the way the surface of a still pond settles after the last ripple has faded. You are deep in the night, and the story is here beside you, patient and unhurried, ready to carry you a little further into rest. We have spent time with the frogs, those vocal, visible, wonderfully noisy creatures of pond edges and summer evenings. Now let us turn our attention to their quieter cousins, to the creatures who share the class Amphibia, but inhabit a world so different from the frog's world that it might almost belong to a different chapter of life entirely. let us spend some time with the salamanders. If frogs are the extroverts of the amphibian world, the callers, the leapers, the creatures who announce themselves to the night with voices that carry across a valley, then salamanders are the introverts, the watchers, the creatures who move in silence through the darkest, dampest corners of the world, who are more often sensed than seen, who leave only the faintest trace of their passing on the wet earth and the mossy stone. Salamanders are long and sinuous, with 4 short limbs set at right angles to the body, a long tail, and a smooth or slightly textured skin that glistens in the light of a torch or a rainy afternoon. They move with a distinctive, unhurried, side-to-side undulation of the body, a motion that recalls, faintly and distantly, the swimming motion of the fish from which all tetrapods descended, as though the salamander carries within its movement the memory of an older way of being. Most salamanders are nocturnal, emerging from their daytime retreats beneath logs, under flat stones, in the leaf litter of the forest floor, in the crevices of mossy rock faces, only after dark, when the air has cooled and the humidity has risen, and the risk of desiccation from the sun has passed for another day. They hunt patiently and without haste, moving slowly through the dark with their moist, chemosensory snouts close to the ground, tasting the air and the earth for the chemical signatures of earthworms and small insects and other invertebrates. When prey is found, they strike with a speed that belies their otherwise leisurely pace. A rapid lunge, a snap of the wide jaw, and the prey is taken. The silence of the salamander's world is not merely a matter of their not calling. It extends to every aspect of their lives. Where frogs gather in large, noisy breeding choruses, salamanders court in near total silence. A male salamander does not call to attract a mate. Instead, he approaches a female directly, often engaging in a prolonged, quiet, physically intricate courtship dance. In many species, the male deposits a small packet of sperm, a spermatophore, on the ground, and the female, following closely behind him, positions herself to pick it up with the lips of her cloaca. The entire exchange happens without sound, without display, without any of the theatrical urgency of the frog's breeding season. It is private and slow and oddly tender. The ecological role of salamanders is far greater than their quiet, largely unseen lives might suggest. In the forests of eastern North America, where salamander diversity is among the highest on Earth, salamanders may collectively represent a greater biomass than all of the birds and mammals of the same forest combined. They are present in staggering numbers in the leaf litter and soil, consuming enormous quantities of invertebrates, and in turn being consumed by snakes, birds, and small mammals. They are a critical link in the food web, a living bridge between the invertebrate world below and the vertebrate world above. And their presence or absence is now used by ecologists as a sensitive indicator of forest health. Some salamander species have evolved remarkable and specialized lifestyles that take the art of silence and concealment to extraordinary extremes. Cave salamanders, a species that have colonized underground aquatic systems, living their entire lives in the darkness of underground rivers and limestone pools, have, in many cases, lost their eyes entirely, not as a sudden event, but through the gradual evolutionary reduction of structures that serve no purpose in total darkness. The skin grows over the eye socket. The optical nerves diminish, and in their place, the lateral line sensory system, that ancient inheritance from their fish ancestors, sensitive to vibrations and pressure changes in the water, becomes elaborated and enhanced. Cave salamanders develop greater numbers of the mechanosensory organs called neuromasts along their bodies, compensating for the lost sense of vision with a heightened sensitivity to the movements of water around them. They perceive their world through touch and vibration and chemistry, navigating the perfect dark of underground rivers with a sureness that needs no light. In the forests of the Pacific Northwest of North America, an entirely different kind of specialization has evolved. Arboreal salamanders tree-climbing species have developed modifications to their feet that allow them to grip bark and branches, ascending into the canopy of coastal redwood forests to hunt and to escape predators, sometimes reaching heights of dozens of meters above the ground. They return to Earth by a method that could generously be called gravity-assisted, releasing their grip and falling, their small bodies light enough and their skin flexible enough that they land without injury. It is an approach to arboreal life that is, by any standard, beautifully minimalist. And then there is the axolotl, the salamander that refuses to grow up. The axolotl, its name drawn from an Aztec word for water monster, a reference to the ancient Aztec deity Xolotl, who was said to accompany the dead through the underworld, is native to the lake system of Xochimilco near Mexico City, a network of canals and chinampas that are the remnant of what was once a great highland lake. It is, at first glance, an improbable creature. It has the body of a salamander, long, pale, four-limbed, but it wears on its head a crown of feathery external gills, branching and delicate, that stream behind it as it swims like the petals of some extraordinary underwater flower. The axolotl never completes metamorphosis under natural conditions. It retains its gills, its fully aquatic lifestyle, its juvenile proportions. Through its entire life, it becomes sexually mature, breeds, and raises young, all while still wearing the external gills of a larval animal. This condition, which we discussed briefly in an earlier section, is called neoteny, and in the axolotl it is absolute, where most salamanders eventually transform. The axolotl simply does not. Its tissues appear to be unresponsive to the thyroid hormones that would normally trigger metamorphosis. It remains perpetually at a developmental threshold, adult enough to reproduce, but carrying throughout its life the form and features of a creature that never quite finished growing up. This suspension of development appears to be intimately connected to one of the axolotl's most celebrated qualities: its extraordinary capacity for regeneration. An axolotl that loses a limb will regrow it completely, perfectly, including all the bones, muscles, nerves, blood vessels, and skin within a matter of weeks. An axolotl that suffers damage to its heart will regrow the damaged tissue. An axolotl that sustains injury to its spinal cord will repair it. Parts of its brain, if removed, will regenerate. The mechanisms behind this regenerative capacity are the subject of intense research in laboratories around the world, because understanding how the axolotl does what it does, how it instructs its cells to return to a developmental state and rebuild a complex structure from scratch, could hold profound implications for regenerative medicine in humans. The axolotl genome has been fully sequenced, and it is, fittingly, enormous. 32 billion base pairs, approximately 10 times the length of the human genome. Within that vast archive of genetic information, scientists are searching for the secrets of regeneration, the molecular switches that allow the axolotl to do what no mammal, no bird, and no reptile can. The salamander that never grew up may, in the end, teach us something profound about the possibility of healing. The salamander's world is a quiet one, a world of damp earth and mossy stone, of dark water and patient, unhurried movement, of things that happen slowly in the shadows, away from the noise and brightness of the daylit surface, of creatures that carry within their bodies some of the deepest and most extraordinary biological secrets in the natural world, and share them with no urgency at all. Let that quietness settle over you now. The damp forest floor, soft and dark. The cool air between the trees. The slow, silent movement of a salamander through the leaves, its skin gleaming faintly in the darkness, all things moving at their own pace, all things finding their way in the dark. Let your whole body rest now. Let the weight of your arms and your legs and your head become something you no longer need to manage. The darkness around you is soft and complete, and the night is deep. You are safe and warm, and the story is here to keep you company as you drift. We have spent time with the frogs, and with the salamanders, We have visited the noisy chorus at the pond's edge and the silent world beneath the forest floor. Now we turn to the third and most secretive of the three great orders of living amphibians. The order that most people have never seen, that many people have never heard of, and that remains, even to the scientists who study them, one of the most mysterious groups of vertebrates alive on Earth today. We are going to spend some time with the caecilians. Say the word slowly and quietly to yourself, if you like. Caecilian. It comes from the Latin word caecus, meaning blind, and while not all caecilians are completely without sight, some have small, functional eyes. The name captures something essential about the lives of these creatures. They are animals of darkness, animals of the deep earth, the hidden water, the lightless underground world where almost nothing else chooses to live. To see a caecilian for the first time, if you are fortunate enough to see one at all, is to experience a small, pleasant shock of strangeness. They look, at first glance, almost exactly like very large, very smooth earthworms, or perhaps like a small, dark snake that has been smoothed and simplified, its scales replaced by a series of neat, ring-like grooves that encircle the body at regular intervals, giving it a segmented appearance that is entirely superficial, an illusion of insect-like structure in what is, beneath the skin, a fully vertebrate body with a backbone and ribs, and all the internal architecture of a complex animal. They have no legs, not reduced legs, not vestigial traces of legs, no legs at all, and no shoulder or hip girdles where legs might once have been attached. They are the most completely legless of all the legless vertebrates, having abandoned limbs so thoroughly in their evolutionary history that the very internal structures that once anchored them have been erased. They move through the soil or water by means of powerful, wave-like muscular contractions running along the length of the body. A smooth, sinuous, almost hypnotic motion that propels them through their medium with quiet efficiency. Their heads are remarkable structures, built by evolution specifically for a life of pushing through dense, resistant earth. The skull is thick and compact, many of the separate bones fused together into a single rigid unit that can be driven into the soil without flexing or distorting. The snout is pointed and hard. The mouth is slightly recessed beneath the snout, not at the front of the head, but slightly underneath it, so that when the caecilian drives its head into the earth, it does not immediately engulf a mouthful of soil. The jaw muscles are doubled. Most caecilians have 2 sets of muscles for closing the jaw, where most animals have only 1, giving them a bite of considerable power that helps them anchor the skull and pull the rest of the body forward through tight, resistant ground. Their eyes, where they exist at all, are tiny. In many species, they are reduced to small, dark spots visible beneath the skin, capable of detecting light and darkness, but little else. In some species, the eyes are covered entirely by a layer of bone, permanently sealed away from a world they can no longer usefully perceive. But in the space between the eye and the nostril, on each side of the head, there is something that no other vertebrate on earth possesses: a tentacle. Small, retractable, and extraordinary, the caecilian's sensory tentacle is a uniquely evolved structure, found in no other vertebrate order, not in any fish, not in any reptile, not in any bird or mammal. It emerges from a small pit in the skin and can be extended and withdrawn, reaching out to taste and smell the world around it. Chemosensory organs within the tentacle sample the chemical content of the soil or water, giving the caecilian a detailed picture of its immediate environment. The presence of prey, of predators, of potential mates, of everything that matters in the lightless world it inhabits. In a sense, the caecilian's tentacle is evolution's answer to a very specific problem. If you are going to live underground with reduced eyes and no limbs, how do you navigate? How do you find food and avoid danger? How do you know what the world immediately around you contains? The tentacle is the answer, a precision chemical sensor, reaching out from a compact and armored skull, reading the earth the way a fingertip reads braille. The caecilians are found across the tropical and subtropical regions of the world, Central and South America, sub-Saharan Africa, South and Southeast Asia. Wherever the soil is warm and moist enough to sustain the burrowing life, wherever the forests or wetlands provide the right conditions, caecilians are present, unseen beneath the surface, living their entire lives in a world of darkness and soil and slow chemical discovery. Some species are fully aquatic, abandoning the burrowing life entirely and taking to rivers and streams, where they swim with an eel-like grace that is surprisingly beautiful to observe. Aquatic caecilians may surface occasionally to breathe air, but spend the great majority of their time submerged, hunting in the murky water with their chemical senses and their lateral line systems. They are, like all caecilians, capable of taking prey considerably larger than one might expect from their worm-like appearance. Their powerful jaws and recurved teeth allow them to seize and subdue earthworms, small fish, frogs, and other animals of similar or slightly larger size. Now let us turn to perhaps the most extraordinary aspect of the caecilian's life, the aspect that, once described, is almost impossible to forget. The way they care for their young. Caecilian reproduction is, even by amphibian standards, deeply unusual. Unlike most frogs and many salamanders, caecilians do not simply lay their eggs in water and leave them to develop. Many species practice a form of parental care that is intimate and prolonged and utterly unlike anything else in the amphibian world. In egg-laying caecilian species, the female coils her body around her clutch of eggs after laying them and remains there in contact with them for the weeks it takes them to develop and hatch. Her skin during this period undergoes a remarkable transformation. The outer layer thickens and becomes rich in fats and nutrients, a specially produced food source grown on the mother's own body. When the eggs hatch, the young emerge equipped with small, hook-like teeth, quite different from the teeth they will develop later in life. Teeth shaped precisely for one specific purpose. They begin immediately to feed on their mother's skin, peeling away the specially thickened outer layer in small strips, consuming it with calm efficiency. The young caecilians feed directly from their mother's body, growing rapidly on the rich, fatty food she has produced for them. The mother does not retreat. She does not resist. She remains coiled and still while her young feed, periodically allowing them access to her full body surface. And as they feed, her skin is continuously regenerated. The consumed outer layer replaced from below, so that the supply, while not unlimited, lasts through the weeks of dependence. This form of care, called maternal dermatophagy, meaning the eating of maternal skin, was unknown to science until 2006, when it was first described in an African caecilian species. The discovery startled the scientific community. Here was a form of parental investment in an animal virtually no one had studied carefully, that had no parallel anywhere else in the vertebrate world, and subsequent research has shown that the mother passes more than just nutrients to her young through this process. She passes microbes, her skin microbiome, the community of bacteria, and other microscopic organisms that live on and in her skin, is transferred directly to her young as they feed, inoculating them with a founding population of beneficial microorganisms, jump-starting the development of their own microbiomes in a process that mirrors, in its own strange way, the transfer of microbiomes from mother to infant that occurs during mammalian birth in some viviparous caecilian species, those that give birth to live young rather than laying eggs. The developing young feed on a rich secretion produced by the walls of the mother's reproductive tract, scraping it away with specialized embryonic teeth in a form of internal nutrition that is unique among amphibians. From the inside, in darkness and warmth, the young caecilians feed and grow, nourished directly by their mother's body, until they are developed enough to emerge into the soil and begin their own hidden lives. It is a form of care so intimate and so complete and so quietly extraordinary that it deserves a moment of still attention before we move on. A caecilian mother, coiled in the dark earth around her young, her body producing food, her young feeding, growing, preparing for their lives. The whole transaction happening in total darkness, in total silence, deep below the surface of the world. We would never know. We would walk over that patch of ground 100 times and never suspect what was happening beneath our feet. And yet, there it is, one of the most intimate parental relationships in the animal kingdom, happening quietly and perpetually in the hidden spaces of the world. Let that image rest softly with you now. The warm, dark earth, the quiet patience of a mother giving of herself, the small, new lives growing in the darkness, everything happening that we cannot see, everything continuing beneath the surface without our awareness or our attention. You are resting deeply now. The world outside is still. Let the darkness be soft and comfortable around you, as it is for the caecilian in its quiet, underground world. Let yourself sink a little deeper into the night. Feel the soft heaviness in your limbs, the slowness of your breathing. You are doing beautifully. The story is here, quiet and unhurried, and there is nowhere else you need to be. In this section, we are going to think about beginnings, about the ancient, endlessly repeated rituals through which amphibians bring new life into the world, about the extraordinary variety of strategies that 370 million years of evolution have produced in answer to a single fundamental question. How do you protect something as fragile as an egg in a world full of things that would eat it? The answers that amphibians have found are, as with everything about these creatures, far more varied and inventive and occasionally surprising than we might expect. Let us begin at the most familiar point, with the pond, with the spring. In temperate regions, the arrival of spring is announced by many things. The lengthening of the days, the first warmth in the soil, the return of birds from their southern wintering grounds, and on certain mild, damp nights, often the first truly warm and wet night of the year, by the movement of frogs. They come out of their winter dormancy all at once, triggered by the combination of rising temperature and rainfall, and they move across roads, through gardens, over fields, sometimes traveling distances of several kilometers to reach the breeding pond where they themselves were hatched, and where they have returned to breed every year since. The fidelity of amphibians to their natal breeding sites, their tendency to return year after year to the exact pond or stream where they were born, is one of the most consistent and well-documented behaviors in the natural world. How they navigate back to a place they may not have visited for a full year is not entirely understood, but evidence suggests they use a combination of smell, the Earth's magnetic field, and memory of the landscape surrounding the site. At the pond, the males arrive first. They begin to call, establishing their positions along the bank and in the shallows, their voices filling the night air with the first frog chorus of the year. And then the females arrive, larger and heavier, their bodies swollen with eggs that have been developing through the winter months, ready to be laid. The act of mating in most frogs is ancient and physically direct. The male grasps the female from behind in an embrace called amplexus, a Latin word meaning simply an embrace. In most species, the male clasps the female around the chest, just behind the front legs, gripping tightly with his forelimbs, which in the breeding season are equipped in many species with roughened nuptial pads on the thumbs that improve his grip on her smooth, wet skin. The pair may remain in amplexus for hours, or in some cases for days. The male holding on through the female's deliberate, methodical search for the right egg-laying site, waiting patiently for the moment when she releases her eggs so that he can simultaneously release his sperm to fertilize them in the water. Fertilization in most frogs is external. The eggs and sperm meet in the water outside the bodies of both parents. It is an ancient strategy inherited from the fish ancestors of all tetrapods, and it places both the eggs and the fertilization process at the mercy of the environment. The eggs must be laid in water, or at least in conditions moist enough for the sperm to swim to them. And once laid, the eggs are on their own, a mass of soft, jelly-coated spheres drifting in the shallows, vulnerable to every predator that swims or wades through the water. Most frog species compensate for this vulnerability with numbers. A single large female common frog may lay between 1,000 and 2,000 eggs in a single spawning. A large American bullfrog may lay up to 20,000 eggs in a single season. The mathematics of this strategy are simple and ancient. If most eggs are eaten, those that survive are enough to maintain the population, quantity in place of protection. But quantity is not the only strategy that amphibians have evolved. Far from it. The diversity of amphibian reproductive behaviors is, in the words of biologists who have studied it, greater than that of any other vertebrate group on Earth. Frogs alone have evolved more than 40 distinct reproductive modes, different ways of laying eggs in different places with different levels of parental involvement that represent a remarkable record of evolutionary experimentation stretched across millions of years. Some frogs build foam nests. The female, during egg laying, secretes a mucus-rich fluid that the mating pair whip into a stiff, white foam with their hind legs, beating it rapidly back and forth until it forms a stable, protective mass that floats on the surface of a pool or hangs from a branch overhanging water or sits in a damp depression on the ground. The eggs are laid inside the foam, which insulates them from temperature extremes, keeps them moist in dry conditions, and provides some protection against bacterial and fungal attack. The outer surface of the foam hardening into a crust, while the interior remains soft and wet. When the eggs hatch, the tadpoles wriggle through the liquefying inner foam and drop into the water below. Some frogs carry their eggs on their bodies. The male midwife toad of Europe, a small, warty, nocturnal creature of stony hillsides, takes the eggs from the female during laying and wraps the strings of eggs around his own hind legs, carrying them everywhere he goes until they are ready to hatch. He keeps them moist by visiting damp places, and after several weeks, when the eggs are near hatching, he carries them to water and releases the tadpoles. In certain poison dart frog species of Central and South America, the male carries tadpoles already hatched on his back, transporting them individually to small pools of water held in the leaf axils of plants high in the forest canopy, checking on them regularly, and sometimes provisioning them with unfertilized eggs as food. The Suriname toad of South America has evolved one of the most remarkable egg-carrying strategies in the vertebrate world. During amplexus, the mating pair perform a series of slow, looping somersaults in the water, and with each loop, a few eggs are swept onto the female's back. Over time, the female's skin grows up and around the eggs, encasing each one in its own individual pocket beneath the skin of her back. The eggs develop there through the tadpole stage and through metamorphosis, entirely enclosed within the mother's body. When they are fully formed froglets, they push their way out through the skin of her back and swim away. A birth that, for those who witness it for the first time, is one of the most startling sights in the natural world. There is the gastric brooding frog of Australia, a species discovered in the 1970s and now tragically believed to be extinct. The female of this species swallowed her fertilized eggs, which then developed inside her stomach. Her stomach acid was suppressed by hormones secreted by the developing eggs, the stomach becoming, for the duration of development, a sealed, acid-free brooding chamber. When the young were fully formed froglets, she gave birth to them through her mouth. She did not eat during the entire brooding period. Her stomach, temporarily repurposed as a womb, was unable to digest food. The discovery of this species transformed scientific understanding of what was possible in amphibian reproduction. The loss of it before its secrets were fully understood remains one of the great regrets of modern conservation biology. Some species bypass the aquatic stage altogether. Direct developing frogs, found in many tropical regions, lay their eggs on land, in moist leaf litter or mossy crevices, and the tadpole stage happens entirely within the egg. What hatches is not a tadpole, but a tiny, fully formed froglet, immediately capable of life on land. These species are not dependent on standing water at all, a freedom that has allowed them to colonize environments, including high mountain forests and dry tropical woodlands that water-breeding species cannot reach. Each of these strategies is a different answer to the same ancient problem: the fragility of the egg, the vulnerability of the young, the endless, relentless pressure of a world full of things that eat small, soft, defenseless lives. And what emerges from all of this variety is a picture of extraordinary parental devotion. Quiet, unhurried, often invisible, but no less real and no less profound for that. A father midwife toad, moving carefully through the night with his burden of eggs wrapped around his legs. A poison dart frog mother climbing a tree with a single tadpole on her back, searching the canopy for just the right pool. A caecilian mother coiled in the dark earth, letting her young feed from her body. These are not cold, unfeeling creatures, indifferent to their offspring. They are ancient, patient, deeply committed parents, shaped by hundreds of millions of years of selection for strategies that give their young the best possible start in a difficult and demanding world. Let those images settle gently into your resting mind. The foam nest floating on a moonlit pool. The careful father carrying his eggs. The tiny froglet pushing its way out of a leaf on a misty hillside, taking its first breath of forest air, new life, ancient rituals, the quiet continuation of a story that began before the first flower ever bloomed. Rest now. You are warm and safe and deeply at peace. Let your breathing slow a little more. Let the muscles behind your eyes soften. Let the weight of your head sink deeper into whatever is supporting it. You are resting beautifully, and the night is long and gentle, and the story has much more to offer before the morning comes. In this section, we are going to think about something that sounds, at first, quite dramatic. We are going to think about poison, about the remarkable chemical weapons that certain amphibians carry in their skin, and about the extraordinary evolutionary story of how those weapons came to be. But we are going to approach this topic slowly and gently. The way we approach everything tonight, not with alarm or urgency, but with the quiet curiosity of someone who finds the world endlessly, peacefully fascinating, because the story of poison in amphibians is, at its heart, not a story of danger. It is a story of ingenuity, of life finding the most elegant possible solution to an ancient and persistent problem. The problem, of course, is predation. Every small, soft-bodied creature that moves slowly through a world full of larger, faster creatures that would like to eat, it must solve the problem of predation. The solutions available are, broadly speaking, 3. Run away, hide, or make yourself as unpleasant to eat as possible. Running away requires speed and energy. Hiding requires stillness and camouflage, and making yourself unpleasant requires chemistry. Amphibians have explored all 3 strategies with characteristic thoroughness, but it is their chemistry, the extraordinary variety and potency of the defensive compounds produced in their skin glands, that has attracted the most intense scientific attention and produced some of the most remarkable discoveries in the history of natural toxicology. The most familiar defensive strategy in amphibians is also the most immediately obvious: camouflage, the art of not being seen. Most amphibians are colored in shades of brown and gray and green. The colors of bark, of dead leaves, of muddy water and mossy stone. A resting common toad on a forest floor is, to the casual eye, almost invisible, its warty skin textured to break up its outline, its colors precisely matching the dappled earth around it. A wood frog among fallen oak leaves in autumn might as well be part of the leaf litter itself. And many tree frogs are colored in the precise, variable green of the leaves they rest on, complete with subtle patterns of darker lines and lighter patches that replicate the look of light filtering through a forest canopy. This is camouflage in its classical form, cryptic coloration, the blending of an animal's appearance with its background so completely that it ceases, for the purposes of a predator's visual system, to exist as a separate object. But some amphibians have taken a completely different approach. Instead of hiding from predators, they advertise themselves. Instead of dull browns and greens, they wear colors of such intensity, such deliberate and vivid impossibility, that they seem almost to be daring the world to notice them. This strategy is called aposematism, from the Greek words for away and sign. It is a warning signal broadcast through color, and it works because it is honest. The most brilliantly colored amphibians are, without exception, the most toxic ones. The dendrobatid frogs, the poison dart frogs, are the most celebrated examples of aposematism in the amphibian world. Found in the tropical forests of Central and South America, these small, jewel-like frogs move slowly and openly through the forest floor, apparently indifferent to the possibility of being seen, and they can afford to be indifferent. Their skin contains some of the most potent defensive compounds found anywhere in nature. The colors, blazing yellow, electric blue, burning orange, blood red, emerald green, are not beautiful for our benefit. They are warnings. Visual proclamations of toxicity so well established in the nervous systems of forest predators that most will not touch a brightly colored frog at all. The chemical compounds in dendrobatid skin are called alkaloids, complex organic molecules that interfere with devastating precision with the normal functioning of animal nervous systems. More than 800 distinct alkaloid compounds have been identified across the skin of various dendrobatid species, making them one of the most chemically diverse groups of animals on Earth. Some of these compounds block the sodium channels that carry electrical signals along nerve fibers. Others block the receptors that transmit signals between nerve cells. Others disrupt the potassium channels that help nerve and muscle cells maintain their resting state, each one in its own way. A precisely shaped key designed to fit a specific lock in the machinery of life and jam it irreversibly. The most potent of all the dendrobatid toxins is batrachotixin, found primarily in the skin of 3 species of phyllobates frog from the Pacific coast of Colombia. Batrachotixin toxin works by binding to the sodium channels of nerve and muscle cells and locking them permanently open so that the cell receives a continuous, uninterrupted flood of sodium ions and cannot return to its resting state. The result is continuous, uncontrolled muscle contraction. The heart goes into chaotic, uncoordinated fibrillation. The muscles of the body contract without ceasing. Death follows rapidly. The compound is, by weight, among the most toxic non-protein substances known, several hundred times more potent than strychnine, and extraordinarily fast-acting. The golden poison dart frog, the most toxic of the 3 filibate species, is a creature barely 5 centimeters long, dressed in the most extraordinary shade of yellow-orange that carries enough batrachotixin in its skin to kill several adult humans. It moves through its forest home with a calm, unhurried confidence that needs no apology. The world, for this frog, knows better than to interfere, and yet the frog itself is not harmed by the toxin it carries. This is one of the great evolutionary puzzles surrounding the poison frogs. How does an animal that carries enough poison to kill hundreds of predators remain unaffected by its own arsenal? The answer is still not completely understood, but part of it involves modifications to the frog's own sodium channels, subtle changes in the structure of the proteins that form the channels, changes that make them less susceptible to the toxin's binding, while remaining fully functional for the frog's own nervous system. The frog has, in effect, evolved a partial lock change, altering the specific shape of the lock that batrachotixin fits, so that the key no longer quite works on its own doors, while remaining lethal to every other door it encounters. Additionally, research has suggested the presence of toxin-binding proteins in the frog's blood, molecules that may act as toxin sponges, capturing batrachotixin molecules before they can reach the sodium channels and neutralizing their effects. Here is another remarkable detail. The poison dart frogs do not produce their toxins themselves. They obtain them from their diet. The alkaloids in their skin come from the small invertebrates, mites, beetles, ants, millipedes that they eat in the wild, dendrobatid frogs raised in captivity, and fed a diet of commercially bred fruit flies, which contain no alkaloids, are entirely non-toxic. The same frog that would be deadly in the wild is completely harmless in a zoo, because the dietary source of its chemical arsenal has been removed. The frog has evolved not to manufacture the toxins, but to sequester them, to absorb them from food, concentrate them, and store them safely in its skin glands, ready for deployment against any predator that chooses to ignore the warning painted so boldly across its body. The evolution of aposematism in poison frogs presents one of the most discussed puzzles in evolutionary biology. The argument goes like this: if a frog is the only toxic individual in a population of otherwise palatable frogs, a predator that eats it and is made ill learns to avoid similar-looking frogs, but the individual that taught the lesson is dead. How does the warning color evolve in the first place if the individuals who carry it are killed before the lesson is learned? The answer, as best as science has been able to determine, involves the social structure of early populations, the gradual nature of toxin accumulation, and the possibility that early aposematic color patterns first evolved in a different context, perhaps as camouflage against certain visual systems, or in the context of sexual selection, before being recruited into the warning signal role, as toxicity gradually increased across a population. Not all toxic amphibians are brightly colored. Many toads, the common toad of Europe among them, are dull, cryptically colored animals that nonetheless carry substantial quantities of toxic steroids in the large parotoid glands behind their eyes. A dog or a fox that picks up a toad will immediately taste a bitter, burning substance and drop it, usually with considerable drama. The toad's toxins are not colorfully advertised because the toad relies primarily on camouflage as its first line of defense. The toxins are a backup, a last resort for the moment when the camouflage fails, some amphibians have evolved an intermediate strategy that is, in its way, one of the most elegant in the natural world. When threatened, the fire-bellied toad of Europe arches its back, throws its head upward, and curls its limbs back to expose its belly, which is brilliant red or orange, patterned with dark markings, a color scheme that is entirely hidden when the toad is resting, but is revealed suddenly and dramatically when it adopts this warning posture. The behavior is called the unken reflex, and it is a conditional warning signal, revealed only when needed, concealed when not, allowing the toad to benefit from both camouflage and aposematism, depending on the situation. All of this chemical artistry, all of this slow, patient, evolutionary craftsmanship, 800 alkaloids, colors that seem to glow in the forest dark, toxins sequestered from 1,000 small insects and concentrated into a single, perfect, almost impossibly potent droplet on the surface of a frog's skin, life finding its way, life being in its own quiet and entirely unhurried manner, brilliant. Let that thought settle gently over you now, like the colors of a dendrobatid frog scene in a shaft of forest light, vivid and extraordinary, and entirely at peace with what it is. You are resting deeply. The night is soft and still. There is nothing to do now but breathe and drift, and let the story carry you. Let the night hold you softly now. Let your thoughts become quieter, slower, more distant. You have come a long way through this story, and the story has carried you well. There is still more to come, and you can let it arrive gently, without effort, without reaching for it. Simply rest and listen. In this section, we are going to step back from the individual lives of amphibians, from the single frog at the pond's edge, the lone salamander beneath its mossy log, the blind caecilian threading through the dark earth, and look at something larger. We are going to think about what amphibians mean to the world around them, what they do for the forests and the wetlands and the streams they inhabit. What happens in those ecosystems when they are there, and what is lost when they are gone, because amphibians are not simply passengers in the ecosystems they live in. They are, in ways that are only now being fully appreciated, among the most important participants, quietly, without announcement, without the dramatic visibility of a lion or an eagle or a whale. They hold things together. They are what ecologists sometimes call keystone species, and they are what environmental scientists have come to call, with increasing frequency and increasing urgency, sentinels. Let us begin with the food web. Every ecosystem is organized at its most fundamental level around the movement of energy, energy captured from the sun by plants, passed to the herbivores that eat the plants, passed again to the predators that eat the herbivores, and so on upward through a web of feeding relationships that links every organism in the system to every other through chains of consumption and dependence. Amphibians occupy a critical and unusual position in this web because they occupy it twice. As larvae, as tadpoles, or as aquatic salamander young, they are primarily consumers of algae, aquatic plants, and organic debris. They are herbivores and detritivores, grazing the surfaces of submerged rocks and leaves, filtering particles from the water, processing the fallen organic material that accumulates at the bottom of ponds and streams. In this larval role, they are a vital link in the aquatic food web, channeling the energy stored in primary producers upward into the bodies of larger animals. And then they transform, they become adults, and in doing so, they switch ecological roles completely. Adult frogs and salamanders are predators, feeding primarily on invertebrates, insects, worms, spiders, small crustaceans in a single summer. A healthy population of common frogs in a wetland may consume an enormous quantity of insects, including mosquitoes, flies, and agricultural pests in certain habitats. Amphibians have been estimated to consume more insect biomass per year than all of the birds and bats of the same area combined. They are, in the most practical and measurable sense, one of the most significant natural controls on insect populations that ecosystems possess. When amphibian populations decline, and we will speak of their decline in the next section. The insects they would have eat increase. Mosquito populations, in particular, tend to rise in areas where frog populations have crashed. The link between the presence of healthy frog populations and the control of mosquito-borne disease is not hypothetical or indirect. It is measurable, documented, and deeply significant for human health in tropical and subtropical regions, where mosquito-borne diseases such as malaria and dengue are ongoing public health challenges. The movement of amphibians between aquatic and terrestrial environments serves another critical ecological function that is easy to overlook. When a tadpole absorbs nutrients from aquatic algae and detritus, and then undergoes metamorphosis and moves onto land as a froglet, it carries those aquatic nutrients with it when it is eaten by a terrestrial predator. A snake, a bird, a small mammal. Those nutrients are released into the terrestrial food web. Amphibians are, in this way, biological pumps, moving energy and nutrients from aquatic systems into terrestrial ones, bridging the two worlds in a flow of organic matter that sustains both. The reverse also happens. Adult amphibians that return to water to breed, or that fall into streams and ponds and are eaten by aquatic predators, carry terrestrial nutrients back into the aquatic system. The result is a continuous two-way flow of energy between land and water, mediated in part by the ancient, dual-natured bodies of amphibians. The creatures who have always lived between two worlds. Now let us think about amphibians as sentinels. The word sentinel means a guard, a lookout, someone stationed at the edge of a camp to watch for danger and raise the alarm when it approaches. In ecological science, a sentinel species is one whose health or decline provides an early warning of changes in the environment that may not yet be visible through other means. Amphibians are, by the near universal agreement of ecologists, the most sensitive and reliable environmental sentinels on Earth. The reason lies in that remarkable, permeable skin that we explored at length earlier in our night together. because an amphibian's skin absorbs water and gases directly from the environment, because the boundary between the frog's body and the water it sits in is so open, so unguarded. Whatever is in that water passes into the frog, pollutants dissolved in runoff from agricultural fields, heavy metals leaching from industrial sites, pesticides applied to crops, endocrine-disrupting chemicals from pharmaceutical manufacturing. All of it moves through the skin and into the body of any amphibian living in or near contaminated water. The effects are visible, and they are disturbing. Amphibians living in water contaminated with certain herbicides, atrazine among the most studied, show hormonal disruption at concentrations far below those considered harmful to other animals. Male frogs exposed to endocrine-disrupting chemicals develop female reproductive tissues. Amphibian embryos, unable to protect themselves from the substances dissolved in the water around them, develop physical abnormalities, limb deformities in frogs, extra legs, missing legs, eyes in the wrong places, have been documented in wetlands across North America and Europe, and in many cases linked to the presence of agricultural chemicals and other pollutants in the water. These deformities are not merely tragic for the individual animals that bear them. They are messages. They are the ecosystem speaking through the bodies of its most sensitive inhabitants about what is happening to the water that flows through it. A pond full of deformed frogs is a pond telling anyone who will listen that something is wrong, that the water carries something harmful, that the chemistry of the habitat has shifted in ways that will eventually affect not just frogs, but every organism that depends on that water. Salamanders, particularly forest stream salamanders, serve a similar sentinel function for terrestrial habitats. The health and abundance of salamander populations in a forest is one of the most reliable indicators of the overall ecological integrity of that forest. Salamanders require cool, moist, undisturbed conditions, intact leaf litter, clean water in streams, and the absence of acidifying pollution. Where all of these are present, salamanders thrive. Where any of them is degraded, salamander populations decline, often years before the effects of that degradation become visible in other components of the ecosystem. Ecologists monitoring the health of the world's forests have found repeatedly that salamander abundance is one of the best single predictors of overall biodiversity in a forested landscape. A forest rich in salamanders is, almost without exception, a forest rich in everything else. The salamander, moving quietly through its damp and secret world, is a living measure of the health of the world it inhabits, a measure more sensitive and more honest than any instrument we have yet devised. There is something both beautiful and sobering about this role. Amphibians did not choose to be sentinels. They were not placed at the edge of our ecological camp as a deliberate early warning system. They became sentinels simply by being what they are, open to the world, sensitive to change, honest in their responses to whatever the world brings them. Their decline is not a message they are sending us. It is a message they are unable to avoid sending, because their bodies cannot lie about what the water and the soil and the air around them contain. The question is whether we are listening. Let that thought rest quietly in your mind as you breathe, not with anxiety. There is no room for anxiety on a night like this, but with the gentle, attentive awareness of someone who has come to understand something important about the world they share with others. The frog at the water's edge, patient, permeable, honest, carrying in its small body the chemical signature of everything that flows through its home. A sentinel, a measure, a living question asked quietly of the world it inhabits. Rest now. The night is deep and still. The story continues. Let your body rest now, completely and without reservation. Let your arms be heavy, your legs be heavy, your thoughts grow slow and soft. You are deep in the night, and the story is here with you, steady and unhurried. What we are going to explore in this section is something that carries a note of sadness, but we will hold it gently, as we hold everything tonight, not with despair, but with the quiet, open-hearted attention of someone who loves the world enough to look at it honestly. We are going to talk about a disease. A single, extraordinary, devastating disease that has caused more loss of vertebrate biodiversity than any other known pathogen in recorded history. We are going to talk about it slowly and carefully, because it deserves to be understood, because understanding it is the first step toward the hope that follows it, which we will come to in due course. We are going to talk about chytridiomycosis. The name is long and unfamiliar, built from scientific syllables that do not trip easily off the tongue. But the creature that causes it, the fungus at the heart of this story, has a name that is, by the standards of biological nomenclature, almost poetic in its precision. Batrachochytrium dendrobatides. Batrachos is the Greek word for frog. Chytrium is the genus of fungi. It belongs to ancient, microscopic organisms that live in water and soil, and have been part of the world's biological machinery for hundreds of millions of years. And dendrobatides refers to the dendrobatid frogs, the poison dart frogs, among which the disease was first formally described. Scientists abbreviate it for everyday use simply as BD. BD is a chytrid fungus, a member of one of the most ancient and widespread groups of fungi on Earth, most of which are entirely harmless decomposers of organic matter in water and soil. But BD is different. It has evolved the ability to infect living amphibian skin, to penetrate the outer layers of that extraordinary, permeable breathing organ we spent so much time appreciating earlier tonight, and to proliferate there, disrupting the skin's ability to absorb water and exchange gases, and maintain the delicate balance of electrolytes that keeps an amphibian's heart beating. As the infection progresses, the skin thickens and hardens, a condition called hyperkeratosis, and its ability to pass water and ions across the surface is progressively lost. The infected amphibian begins to lose the electrolytes, sodium, potassium, that it absorbs passively through its skin from the water around it. These electrolytes are essential for the conduction of electrical signals along nerve fibers and across the membranes of heart muscle cells. As their levels fall, nerve function deteriorates. The heart begins to beat irregularly, and eventually, in susceptible species, it stops. Death from chytridiomycosis is, in essence, cardiac arrest caused by the disruption of the amphibian's most fundamental biological surface, the skin that connects it to its world. The history of how this disease was discovered is itself a story worth telling quietly. Through the 1970s and into the 80s, biologists working in the mountain cloud forests of Australia and Central America began to notice something troubling. Frog populations that had been abundant and diverse were disappearing, not declining gradually, disappearing. Species that had filled the night with calls in one survey were simply absent from the same sites a few years later. Populations that had seemed healthy in habitats that appeared untouched by any obvious human impact were crashing to near zero in the space of months. It was baffling, and it was frightening. These were not degraded habitats. They were remote, protected cloud forests and mountain streams, places seemingly far removed from the pressures of agriculture and development and urban expansion. And yet the frogs were gone. For years, the cause remained unknown. Researchers tested hypotheses: pollution, climate change, ultraviolet radiation from the thinning ozone layer, introduced predators. Nothing explained the pattern fully, and the mysterious disappearances continued. Some of the species involved vanished so quickly that they became extinct before scientists even had the opportunity to study them properly. The golden toad of Costa Rica, a spectacularly beautiful species, the male a blazing, almost luminescent orange, living in a single small area of cloud forest in the Monteverde Reserve, was last seen in 1989. It had not been formally described until 1966. Within 23 years of its discovery by science, it was gone. Then, team of researchers working at the Smithsonian Institution and the University of Maine finally identified the culprit, examining tissue samples from dead and dying frogs. They found evidence of a chytrid fungus infecting the skin, a pathogen previously unknown to science, belonging to a group of fungi not previously known to infect vertebrate animals at all. The discovery was, in the words of one of the researchers involved, like finding a previously unknown kind of killer. A weapon no one had known to look for, because nothing quite like it had ever been seen before. Subsequent research established the scale of what BD has done and continues to do with a clarity that is both scientifically remarkable and deeply sobering. A comprehensive global study published in 2019 found that chytridiomycosis has caused declines in at least 501 species of amphibian over the past half-century, including 90 species now presumed to be entirely extinct. It is responsible, by that assessment, for the greatest loss of biodiversity attributable to a single disease in recorded history. More vertebrate species lost to one pathogen than at any other time in the human era. The disease appears to have originated in Asia, where populations of wild amphibians show evidence of long coexistence with BD and have developed some degree of resistance or tolerance to it. From Asia, it was spread to the rest of the world through the global wildlife trade, through the movement of amphibians transported as pets, as food, and for use in biological research and medical testing. The African clawed frog, Xenopus levis, was widely exported from sub-Saharan Africa to laboratories and hospitals around the world from the 1930s onward, used for decades as a biological pregnancy test before modern chemical tests were developed. Xenopus carries BD without showing any signs of illness. It is a reservoir host, asymptomatic and infectious, that was almost certainly a major vehicle for the global spread of the disease into frog populations that had never encountered it and had no evolved defenses against it. The effects have been most devastating in the mountain cloud forests of Central and South America and in Australia, environments where cool, moist conditions at high altitude create ideal conditions for the fungus to proliferate, and where many of the species affected were already range-restricted endemics, living in small areas and unable to move elsewhere when the disease arrived. In parts of Panama, BD prevalence in local frog communities rose from 0 to nearly 60% in approximately 4 months, with accompanying declines in amphibian density of more than 80%. Communities that had supported dozens of species were reduced to a handful. In the time it takes a child to complete a school year, a second species of the same genus, Batrachochytrium salamandrivorans, known as B-sal, meaning salamander devouring, was identified in 2013, primarily affecting salamanders in Europe and potentially representing a second wave of the same kind of catastrophe, this time targeting the group we spent time with in section 13. B-sal appears to have originated in Asia as well, spreading through the international salamander trade, and has caused devastating mortality in wildfire salamander populations in the Netherlands and Belgium. It would be wrong, however, to leave this section without acknowledging that the picture is not entirely dark. Some populations of amphibians exposed to BD and initially devastated by it have shown signs of recovery in subsequent years. In some cases, this appears to reflect the evolution of resistance within surviving populations, natural selection operating on the surviving individuals, favoring whatever genetic variants gave them some degree of tolerance to the disease. In a few locations in Australia, populations of species that were thought to be locally extinct have been rediscovered, small and reduced, but alive, persisting in refugia, where conditions are slightly less favorable for the fungus. Scientists working in conservation biology have developed strategies for protecting amphibian populations from BD, maintaining captive insurance populations of the most threatened species in biosecure facilities, treating wetland habitats with probiotic bacteria that suppress fungal growth, and working to understand the genetic basis of resistance in naturally tolerant populations, so that those traits might be introduced into vulnerable ones. The road is long. The losses already sustained cannot be recovered, but the effort continues, quiet, patient, scientifically rigorous, carried forward by researchers and conservationists who understand what is at stake and who have chosen to face the difficulty of this story not with despair, but with the practical, persistent commitment of people who believe that what remains is worth protecting. Let that commitment settle gently into your resting mind. The loss is real, and it deserves to be held with honesty. But the effort is also real, and the story is not over. Rest now. The night is with you, soft and still. Let yourself breathe slowly and easily in the quiet darkness. You have been traveling through a long and extraordinary story tonight. The ancient seas, the coal forests, the first tentative steps onto land, the silent world of the salamander, the hidden life of the caecilian, the glittering poison of the dendrobatid frog. And now, in this section, we come to something a little different, something warmer and more personal and closer to our own human world. We are going to think about what amphibians have meant to us, to people, across the full sweep of human history, across cultures and centuries and continents, from the earliest civilizations that left us their stories to the folk traditions of our own recent past, because for as long as human beings have lived near water, they have lived near frogs. And for as long as there have been frogs at the edge of the water, there have been stories told about them. Let us begin in ancient Egypt, in a world of river and flood, and the endless, life-giving generosity of the Nile. The annual flooding of the Nile was, for the ancient Egyptians, the heartbeat of civilization. Every year, the great river rose and spread across its floodplain, depositing a layer of rich, dark silt that made the otherwise barren desert bloom. Without the flood, there was no harvest. Without the harvest, there was no Egypt, and every year as the floodwaters receded and the newly enriched soil was exposed to the sun, millions of frogs emerged from the mud, born from the flood itself. It seemed, materializing from the wet earth in numbers so vast that their presence announced the return of life and fertility to the land. To the ancient Egyptians, the frog was not merely an animal. It was a symbol of life itself, of the mystery of generation, of the miracle of things springing from a parent, nothing into abundant, noisy, leaping existence. They gave this power a face and a name. The goddess Hecate, depicted as a woman with the head of a frog, or simply as a frog herself, was the goddess of fertility and childbirth, the divine midwife who breathed life into the newly formed bodies of human beings. Amulets in the shape of frogs were worn by women hoping to conceive, and placed in tombs to facilitate the resurrection of the dead. The frog, in Egyptian thought, was not merely a harbinger of spring. It was a guardian of the threshold between non-existence and life. In ancient Mesopotamia, in the great river civilizations of the Tigris and Euphrates, contemporary with and in trade contact with Egypt, frogs held a similar symbolic weight, associated with fertility and the creative power of water. And across the ancient Mediterranean world, the Greeks and Romans wove frogs into their own mythologies and traditions. The Greeks associated the frog with harmony and with the goddess Aphrodite, the deity of love and fertility, whose domains overlapped with the frog's ancient symbolic power over generation and renewal. In pre-Columbian Mesoamerica, frogs and toads were understood as spirits of rain. The connection was entirely logical. Frogs emerge and call most vigorously before and after rainfall, and their calls were understood as a form of communication with the forces that controlled the weather. Among some peoples, elaborate rituals were performed to encourage frogs to call, or to appease them when drought threatened, in the belief that the voices of the frogs could summon the rain that the crops required. The Aymara people of the Andes were known to hold toad trials, formal proceedings in which toads were judged responsible for droughts and subjected to punishment in the hope of shaming the rain back into returning. There is something endearingly human in this. The impulse to assign responsibility for the weather to the creatures most obviously affected by it. In China and Japan, frogs have been symbols of good luck and prosperity for thousands of years. The three-legged money frog, a mythical creature depicted holding a coin in its mouth, seated on a pile of gold, is a standard feature of feng shui practice and is still widely used as a symbol of financial luck in homes and businesses across East Asia. In Japan, the word for frog, karu, is a homophone of the word meaning to return, and frogs are consequently associated with the safe return of travelers, with the return of good fortune, and with the general reassuring idea of things coming back around. Japanese travelers have traditionally carried frog amulets for protection on journeys, in the hope that karu, the frog, would ensure that they too would karu, return safely home. In medieval Europe, the symbolic landscape around frogs and toads shifted toward something darker. The transformation of amphibians from symbols of fertility and luck into creatures of suspicion and dread is one of the more telling chapters in the cultural history of the natural world. Toads, in particular, nocturnal, warty, slow-moving, and equipped with the ability to secrete unpleasant substances from their skin, became associated in the European imagination with witchcraft, with poison, and with malevolent magic. The witches in Shakespeare's Macbeth include a toad in their cauldron, wool of bat and tongue of dog, adder's fork and blindworm's sting, lizard's leg and owlet's wing, and always, inevitably, the toad. The association of toads with poison was not entirely without biological basis. The skin secretions of the common toad are genuinely bitter and mildly toxic, but it was dramatically amplified by superstition and by the toad's habit of appearing in damp, dark, marginal places that the European medieval mind associated with the supernatural. And yet, alongside this darker tradition, there ran an older and more respectful thread of folklore that recognized the toad as a creature of power and protection. In parts of rural England and France, it was believed that a toad living beneath the threshold of a house brought good luck to the household and protected it from harm. Old agricultural communities knew that toads in a garden were allies, not enemies, patient consumers of the slugs and insects that would otherwise damage the crops. In some coastal communities, fishermen kept toads aboard their boats as living good luck charms. The ambivalence with which European culture has regarded the toad, part poison, part protection, part nightmare, part guardian mirrors, in its own way, the genuine ambivalence of the toad itself, which is both a defender of the garden and a carrier of compounds that discourage anything that tries to eat it. Frogs and salamanders have woven themselves into medical traditions across the world as well. The ancient Chinese pharmacopoeia included secretions from toad skin parotoid glands, compounds now known to include cardioactive steroids used in treatments for heart conditions. Among other ailments, the fire salamander of European forests has been associated with medicinal properties since at least the time of the classical Greek writers, who believed, incorrectly, but understandably, given the salamander's habit of sheltering in wet wood that sometimes went into fires, that the salamander could survive being burned and even extinguish flames with its cool, moist body. The burning fire salamander, emerging from the logs of a disturbed hearth, its yellow and black markings vivid in the firelight, made a deep impression on the human imagination. And the story of the fireproof salamander persisted through medieval natural history, through the Renaissance, and into the early modern period. In the 20th and 21st centuries, the cultural presence of amphibians shifted in a new direction entirely, as they became symbols not of fertility or magic, but of something more urgent: environmental consciousness, ecological alarm. The canary in the coal mine of the living world, whose disappearance from so many landscapes has become one of the defining images of the biodiversity crisis of our own era, the frog has become, in contemporary conservation imagery, what the giant panda was to earlier decades of environmental campaigning. A flagship species, a face for a crisis, a creature whose fate stands in for the fate of the broader living world it inhabits, and perhaps this is fitting. Perhaps the frog, which has served as a symbol for humanity across so many cultures and so many centuries of fertility in Egypt, of rain in Mesoamerica, of luck in Japan, of magic in medieval Europe, is well suited to serve as a symbol for this too, for the fragility of the world we share, for the importance of paying attention to what is happening at the water's edge. The same water's edge where 370 million years ago the story of life on land began. Let those images rest gently in your mind now. The goddess Hecate, frog-headed and serene. The Andean toad standing trial for the drought. The Japanese traveler fingering his frog amulet in the quiet of an inn. The medieval garden toad, sitting patient and warty beneath its stone, eating slugs in the moonlight. We have always known the frog. It has always been there, at the edge of our world and our imaginations, calling in the dark. Rest now. The night is deep and peaceful. The story continues. Let your breathing settle into its own slow rhythm now. In and out, easy and unhurried. The night is soft around you, and you are resting beautifully. We are past the midpoint of our night together now, and the story has become something comfortable and familiar. A voice you know, a current you can simply let yourself float upon. In this section, we are going to take a gentle tour through some of the most extraordinary individuals in the amphibian world. The outliers, the record holders, the creatures whose lives represent the extreme edges of what it is possible to be within the ancient and endlessly inventive framework of the class Amphibia. We are going to move slowly through these remarkable lives, one by one, letting each one settle before moving to the next, because each one deserves a moment of quiet attention. Let us begin at one extreme, the very smallest in the rainforests of eastern Papua New Guinea. Those dense, impossibly rich, poorly explored forests that drape the mountains of one of the most biodiverse islands on Earth. There lives a frog so small that it takes a particular kind of patience and attention to find it at all. Its scientific name is Pediphrine amamensis. It has no widely used common name, which is perhaps appropriate for a creature so tiny and so hidden that most people will never encounter it in a lifetime. Pediphrine amamensis was formally described to science in 2012. Following its discovery by a research team from Louisiana State University, working in the remote forests of the Amau region of Papua New Guinea. Its discovery required the kind of slow, deliberate attention that the natural world so often demands of those who would learn its secrets. The researchers could hear the frogs calling, a thin, high-pitched, insect-like chirp rising from the leaf litter. But finding the source of that call proved extraordinarily difficult. The frogs were simply too small to locate by eye, and the team eventually resorted to gathering handfuls of leaf litter and sorting through them slowly, piece by piece, until they found what they were looking for. What they found was a frog measuring, on average, 7.7 millimeters from the tip of its nose to the end of its body. Not 7.7 centimeters, 7.7 millimeters, roughly the diameter of a pencil eraser. The frog weighs approximately 10 milligrams. You could place it comfortably on your thumbnail with room to spare. You could set 10 of them end to end, and they would still not reach the length of a standard paper clip. Pediphrine amamensis is the smallest known vertebrate on Earth, the smallest animal with a backbone, with a skull, a spine, 4 limbs, a heart, a liver, 2 lungs, eyes, a brain, a nervous system that has ever been scientifically documented. It outcompetes the previous record holder, a tiny Indonesian fish, by less than 1/5 of a millimeter. But it holds the record, and the record is extraordinary. The frog skips the tadpole stage entirely, developing directly from egg to miniature froglet within its egg capsule. A direct development strategy we touched on in an earlier section, which allows it to complete its entire life cycle on the forest floor without ever needing a pond or a stream. It feeds, presumably, on tiny invertebrates, mites and springtails, and other miniature inhabitants of the leaf litter. Though the details of its diet and behavior have barely been studied, and much of its life remains, like the forest floor it lives in, largely unexplored. There is something deeply calming about the existence of pediphrine amaenses, about the fact that the smallest vertebrate on Earth is a frog, living its entire life in a handful of dead leaves in a forest most people will never visit, calling with a voice like a distant insect in the warm tropical night, life expressing itself at the very smallest possible scale, barely there, barely visible, and yet fully, completely, unhurriedly alive. Now, let us move to the other extreme, the Chinese giant salamander, Andreas davidianus, is the largest amphibian alive on Earth today. It is also one of the most ancient in form, a creature whose body plan has changed so little over tens of millions of years that it has been called, with justification, a living fossil. Its lineage extends back into the Jurassic period. And if a Chinese giant salamander were placed beside the fossil of one of its oldest known relatives, the resemblance would be unmistakable. The Chinese giant salamander lives in the cold, fast-flowing, oxygen-rich mountain streams and rivers of central and southwestern China. It is almost entirely nocturnal, spending its days wedged beneath large rocks in the riverbed, its broad, flat body fitting into crevices with the unhurried precision of a creature that has perfected the art of stillness. At night, it moves slowly, heavily, with a sinuous undulation of its thick body along the riverbed, hunting fish, frogs, crabs, and other aquatic animals. The largest recorded specimens have reached lengths of 1.8 meters, nearly 6 feet from nose to tail tip, and weights of up to 50 kilograms. To encounter one in its natural habitat, in the cold, dark water of a mountain river by torchlight would be one of the most extraordinary wildlife experiences available anywhere on Earth. The body is smooth and dark, with loose, wrinkled skin hanging in folds along the flanks. That same skin surface area maximizing adaptation we saw in the Titicaca frog. Here, used to supplement the breathing of a very large body in cold, oxygen-rich water. The eyes are tiny and nearly functionless. The giant salamander, like so many inhabitants of dark waters, has largely abandoned vision and relies instead on an exquisite sensitivity to vibrations in the water, detecting the movements of prey through the skin and lateral line organs of its broad, flat head. The Chinese giant salamander is critically endangered. Its wild populations decimated by habitat loss, water pollution, and most significantly, by over-harvesting for the luxury food market, where it is prized as a delicacy and can command extraordinary prices. Recent genetic research has revealed that what was previously considered a single species is in fact likely 9 or more distinct species, each geographically isolated in its own river system, each facing the same pressures, and each now present in the wild in numbers so reduced that extinction is a genuine and near-term possibility. The Chinese giant salamander is one of the most endangered vertebrates on Earth. Now, let us visit some other remarkable extremes more briefly, like pausing at windows along a nighttime corridor. The Proteus anguinus is a cave-dwelling aquatic salamander found in the underground rivers and lakes of the limestone karst system of Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia, and northern Italy. It is pale and slender, with feathery external gills and tiny vestigial eyes covered by skin. A ghost of an animal, adapted over millions of years to a life of total darkness in cold underground water. What makes the extraordinary beyond its appearance is its lifespan. Ohms are the longest-lived amphibians known on Earth. Studies of populations have led researchers to calculate a maximum lifespan of approximately 102 years, an ohm alive today may have hatched in the early decades of the 20th century. It has been moving through its lightless underground rivers, unhurried and unchanged, through 2 world wars, through the splitting of the atom, through the entire history of modern technology, through every transformation of the surface world above it. It does not know about any of it. It simply lives in the cold and the dark at its own pace, which is extraordinarily slow. Ohms move very little. Their metabolic rate is among the lowest of any vertebrate. They may go for years without eating. They may remain in the same position for weeks at a time. Their extraordinary longevity is, in large part, simply a consequence of doing almost nothing, very slowly, for a very long time. The ohm has also been found at the greatest depth of any known amphibian, discovered by cave divers at a depth of 113 meters below the surface of a Croatian underground lake, 113 meters below the surface of the earth, in total darkness and icy water. A small, pale salamander moved through its world as it has moved through every world it has ever known, with the absolute, unhurried certainty of something that has been alive long enough to have no need of hurry, and high above, at the opposite extreme of altitude, 3 species of Andean frog have been found living in glacial ponds in the Cordillera Vilcanota in southern Peru, at elevations of between 5,200 and 5,400 meters above sea level. This is higher than the base camp of Mount Everest. At this altitude, the air contains barely half the oxygen of sea level. The temperature drops well below freezing at night. The ponds in which these frogs live form when glacial ice melts in summer and freeze again in winter. And yet there are frogs there, alive, breeding, surviving, at the very edge of what it is possible for an amphibian body to endure. Each of these creatures, the frog the size of a pencil eraser, the salamander as long as a door, the cave dweller who may live for a century, the mountain frog at the edge of the sky, represents a different answer to the question of what an amphibian can be, a different exploration of the possibilities within a body plan that first appeared 370 million years ago and has been testing its limits ever since. Let these remarkable lives rest in your mind like objects on a shelf, each one quietly extraordinary, each one perfectly itself. The tiny frog in the leaf litter, the vast salamander in the cold river, the pale ghost in the underground dark, the mountain frog in the glacial pond, all of them amphibians, all of them alive. Rest now deeply and completely. The night carries you on. Let the stillness of the night settle around you completely now. Let your breathing be soft and automatic, arriving and departing without any effort on your part at all. You are resting deeply, and the story has been a good companion through the dark hours. We are drawing closer to the end of our journey now, and the last few sections carry a warmth and a hopefulness that will bring us gently to morning. In this section, we are going to think about gifts, about the remarkable, sometimes unexpected, often profound contributions that amphibians have made to human knowledge, to medicine, to biology, to our understanding of how life itself works at the most fundamental level, because the amphibians, in their long coexistence with us, have given us far more than we typically remember to acknowledge. Let us begin with a frog that changed the history of pregnancy testing. In the 1930s, a British scientist named Lancelot Hogben was working at the University of Cape Town in South Africa, studying the hormonal biology of the African clawed frog, Xenopus levis. He noticed something remarkable. When the urine of a pregnant woman was injected into a female Xenopus frog, the frog would ovulate within several hours, releasing eggs in a visible, easily detectable response. The hormone responsible, human chorionic gonadotropin, or HCG, produced by the developing placenta and present in the urine of pregnant women, triggered the same hormonal response in the frog's body that would normally be triggered by the frog's own reproductive hormones. The frog, in other words, could tell a woman she was pregnant reliably, quickly, and without any harm to the frog itself. This discovery transformed pregnancy testing almost overnight. Before it, the most widely used tests required the injection of urine into mice or rabbits, which then had to be killed and examined to determine whether ovulation had occurred. The Xenopus test was faster, cleaner, required no killing, and could be performed with a single frog that could be used again and again. Within a few years of Hogbin's discovery, laboratories and hospitals around the world were maintaining colonies of African clawed frogs for this purpose, and the Xenopus frog became one of the most widely distributed laboratory animals on the planet. By the time chemical pregnancy tests were developed in the 1970s, replacing the need for frogs entirely, Xenopus laevis was already so thoroughly embedded in biological research laboratories that its role simply evolved from pregnancy testing. It transitioned into embryology, into developmental biology, into genetics, into neuroscience, into virtually every field of biological research that benefits from a robust, easily studied, externally developing vertebrate embryo. The Xenopus embryo is large, about 1 millimeter across, enormous by the standards of vertebrate eggs, and it develops outside the body in the open dish of a laboratory where it can be observed, manipulated, injected with molecules, and studied at every stage of its development, from fertilized egg to tadpole. It is transparent in its early stages, allowing researchers to watch cells move and divide and differentiate in real time under the microscope without any surgical intervention, and it develops rapidly. A fertilized Xenopus egg will pass through the major landmarks of early embryonic development within the first 24 hours, making it possible to run experiments in a single day that would take weeks in a mouse or a rat. These qualities made Xenopus the model organism of choice for some of the most transformative experiments in the history of biology. In the 1950s and early 1960s, a young British researcher named John Gurdon performed a series of experiments with Xenopus laevis that would, half a century later, earn him the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. The central question Gurdon was trying to answer was one of the deepest and most contentious in developmental biology at the time. When a fertilized egg divides and its daughter cells begin to specialize, becoming skin cells, muscle cells, nerve cells, liver cells, do they lose the genetic information they do not need? Do they discard the instructions for building a heart when they become a skin cell, and the instructions for building skin when they become a heart cell? Or do all cells, regardless of their specialized role, retain the full complement of genetic information present in the original fertilized egg? Gurdon answered this question by taking the nucleus from a cell in the intestine of an adult Xenopus frog, a fully differentiated, specialized cell, far removed from its embryonic origins, and transplanting it into a Xenopus egg whose own nucleus had been removed, and the egg, receiving this adult intestinal nucleus, began to divide. It developed into a tadpole. It became a frog. A differentiated cell, reprogrammed by the environment of an egg, had given rise to a complete organism. Every cell in that organism's body carried the DNA of the adult intestinal cell that had donated the nucleus. It was, in the most precise scientific sense, a clone, the first vertebrate ever to be successfully cloned from an adult cell. This experiment was not merely a technical achievement, remarkable as it was. It proved something fundamental about the nature of biological information. Every cell in a multicellular organism, no matter how specialized, no matter how differentiated, no matter how far from its embryonic origins, retains the complete genetic blueprint for the entire organism. The instructions are not discarded. They are simply silenced in various ways and to various degrees as cells differentiate. And under the right conditions, those silenced instructions can be reawakened. The clock of development can be turned back. This discovery, made in a Xenopus frog in a Cambridge laboratory, early 1960s became the theoretical foundation for every subsequent development in cloning research, including, eventually, the cloning of Dolly the sheep in 1996, and the entire field of induced pluripotent stem cell research that John Gurdon shared his Nobel Prize with Shinya Yamanaka for in 2012. The amphibian did not merely contribute to this story, it began it. Now let us turn from genetics to chemistry, to the remarkable pharmacological treasury that amphibian skin represents. We explored in an earlier section the extraordinary diversity of toxic compounds in the skin of poison dart frogs. But the skin of amphibians contains far more than toxins. It contains a vast and largely unexplored library of biologically active molecules, peptides, proteins, alkaloids, and other compounds, many of which have properties of direct relevance to human medicine. The antimicrobial peptides found in amphibian skin are among the most intensively studied. In 1987, a researcher named Michael Zaslav, working at the National Institutes of Health in the United States, noticed something that had been overlooked for decades in the study of Xenopus frogs. After performing surgery on the frogs, which were, of course, returned to tanks of unsterile water to recover, he noticed that they healed without becoming infected. Their wounds, exposed to bacterially rich water, simply did not become septic. Something in the frog's skin was killing the bacteria. The compounds Zaslav isolated from Xenopus skin, which he named maginins, from the Hebrew word for shield, were small peptides with broad-spectrum antimicrobial activity. They killed bacteria by disrupting their cell membranes, punching holes in the lipid bilayer that encloses each bacterial cell, causing the cell to leak and collapse. And because this mechanism of action targets a feature of bacterial cells that is fundamentally different from the targets of conventional antibiotics, the bacteria that conventional antibiotics can no longer kill, the growing army of antibiotic-resistant pathogens that represents one of the most serious public health challenges of our era, remain vulnerable to maggonins and their derivatives since Zaslav's discovery. Hundreds of antimicrobial peptides have been identified in the skin secretions of amphibians from around the world. They include compounds with activity against drug-resistant bacteria, against fungi, against viruses, and against cancer cells. Some have shown promise in laboratory studies as treatments for conditions ranging from wound infections to certain forms of cancer to HIV. None have yet reached clinical use. The path from laboratory promise to approved drug is long and difficult and costly, but the pipeline of potential compounds is richly stocked, and the research continues. There is a painful irony in this medical promise. Because the species most likely to yield the most valuable undiscovered compounds are also disproportionately the species most threatened by habitat loss, by disease, by climate change. Every amphibian species that disappears from the world before it has been properly studied takes with it whatever chemical innovations its skin has accumulated over millions of years of evolutionary pressure, compounds that might have provided a new antibiotic or a new cancer treatment or a new model for a drug delivery system, gone before any laboratory ever had the opportunity to look. We have already lost species we had not yet learned to value for what their skins contained. The gastric brooding frog of Australia, that extraordinary creature that raised its young in its own stomach, was studied for its potential to yield treatments for peptic ulcers, targeting the mechanisms it used to suppress its own stomach acid during brooding, before it became extinct, before those studies could be completed, and yet the work continues. Researchers around the world are screening amphibian skin compounds with patient, methodical diligence, racing in a quiet way against the losses that accumulate in the wild, cataloging the chemistry of living species while there is still time, because the skin of every amphibian alive today is a chemical library assembled over hundreds of millions of years, a record of solutions to biological problems that evolution has tested and refined across time spans that no human research program could ever replicate. Let that thought rest gently in your mind as you breathe. The small frog in the leaf litter, its skin a library. The salamander in the mountain stream, its body a pharmacy. The pale cave creature in the underground dark, its tissues a record of solutions to problems we have not yet thought to ask. All of it there, all of it patient, all of it waiting to be understood by those who have the patience and the humility to look. You are resting deeply now. The night is soft and still. One more section before we begin our gentle return. Let your body be completely still now. Let the night hold you fully and without reservation. You have been on a long and gentle journey through this story, and we are very nearly at its end. What remains is full of something that deserves to be felt quietly. A kind of measured, clear-eyed hope. Not the loud, simple hope of someone who has not looked at the difficulty, but the deep, enduring hope of people who have looked at the difficulty clearly and chosen to act anyway. In the last section, we sat with the grief of the chytrid crisis, with the losses sustained, the species gone, the silence left in wetlands that once rang with sound. Tonight we do not dwell there any longer. Instead, let us spend this section in the company of the people who have chosen to respond. The researchers, the zookeepers, the field biologists, the volunteers, and the institutions, and the organizations who have looked at what is happening to the world's amphibians and said, not yet, not while we can still do something. Let us begin with the arcs. In 2004, as the scale of the global amphibian crisis was becoming undeniable, conservationists from around the world gathered to develop a coordinated response. The result was the Amphibian Conservation Action Plan, a document that assessed the situation, prioritized the species most urgently in need of intervention, and outlined a strategy for action. And in 2006, a central coordinating body was established to help implement that strategy. It was called, with quiet appropriateness, Amphibian Arc. The name carries obvious resonance. An ark is a vessel built to carry living things through catastrophe, to preserve what might otherwise be lost, until the time comes when it can be returned to the world. And that is precisely what Amphibian Ark does. It coordinates a global network of zoos, aquaria, universities, and conservation organizations, working together to establish captive insurance populations of the most critically threatened amphibian species. Populations held in biosecure facilities, carefully managed for genetic diversity, ready to serve as a reservoir of living animals if and when wild populations can be safely restored. The scale of what Amphibian Ark and its partner institutions have achieved is, in its quiet way, remarkable. Hundreds of amphibian species that might otherwise have slipped into extinction, while the chytrid fungus swept through their wild habitats, have been secured in captive facilities around the world. Some of these populations consist of only a few dozen individuals, the last representatives of a species, held in temperature-controlled rooms in zoos on multiple continents, representing an entire evolutionary lineage, and everything that lineage carries in its genes, its chemistry, its behavior, its relationship to its world. The work of maintaining these populations is patient and often unglamorous. It involves the meticulous management of diet and temperature and humidity and lighting cycles. It involves careful record keeping of individual animals, tracking genetics to avoid inbreeding across the generations that these populations will spend in human care. It involves the development of specialized breeding protocols for species that have never been bred in captivity before, species whose reproductive triggers, whose courtship behaviors, whose requirements for particular water chemistry or rainfall simulation or seasonal temperature cycling must be worked out from scratch by dedicated keepers with no previous experience to draw on. And it involves a particular kind of hope that must be sustained through years and sometimes decades of waiting. The hope that the world outside will change enough, the disease will recede enough, the habitat will recover enough, that these carefully maintained populations can one day go home. Some already have. The southern mountain yellow-legged frog of California, a species reduced to critically low numbers by the combined effects of chytridiomycosis, introduced predatory trout, and habitat degradation, has been the subject of a sustained captive breeding and reintroduction program. For over a decade, animals bred in captivity have been released into treated, predator-free lakes in the Sierra Nevada mountains with increasing success. Wild population counts have risen in some areas. The frog is still endangered, still fragile, still dependent on continued human intervention. But it is present in places where it was absent. It is calling across the dark of high mountain nights that had fallen silent. That is not a small thing. The yellow-spotted bell frog of Australia, believed extinct for decades, rediscovered in 2009 in a single remote location in New South Wales, has been the subject of an intensive captive breeding program. Since its rediscovery, captive-bred animals have been released at multiple sites, supported by careful habitat management and ongoing disease monitoring. The program is ongoing. The outcomes still uncertain. But the species exists. It is being held carefully and with great dedication by people who understand what it would mean to lose it. Beyond the captive programs, conservation efforts for amphibians span an enormous range of approaches, from the highly technical to the straightforwardly practical probiotic treatment of wild populations is one of the most innovative strategies currently being developed. The idea arose from the observation that certain bacteria naturally present on the skin of some amphibian species produce compounds that inhibit the growth of Batrachochytrium dendrobatides, the chytrid fungus. If the skin microbiome of a vulnerable population could be enriched with these inhibitory bacteria, essentially inoculating frogs with a living biological shield against the fungus, those populations might be protected without the need for antifungal chemicals, which can be difficult to deliver to wild animals and may have unintended effects on the broader environment. Research at the Smithsonian's National Zoo and other institutions has been working toward what one researcher described as a living pharmacy, a genetically enhanced strain of skin bacteria capable of producing antimicrobial compounds at levels sufficient to protect the host frog from BD infection. The bacteria would live on the frog's skin, renewing themselves continuously, delivering their protective compounds without any ongoing human intervention. The frog would carry its own treatment invisibly as part of its natural microbiome. In field trials, probiotic treatments involving the naturally occurring bacterium Xanthanobacterium levitum have shown meaningful reductions in BD infection rates and significant improvements in survival. The results are promising. The method is still being refined, and the work continues. Habitat protection and restoration remain, however, the foundation of all amphibian conservation, because no captive breeding program, however well run, and no probiotic treatment, however elegant, can substitute for the preservation of the living ecosystems that amphibians depend on. The draining of wetlands, the clearance of forests, the channeling and pollution of rivers and streams. These are the deep structural pressures beneath which amphibian populations have been declining for decades, in parallel with and compounded by the chytrid crisis. Protecting the habitat means protecting the water. It means maintaining the forest buffer zones along stream margins that keep water temperatures low and sedimentation minimal. It means reducing the agricultural chemical runoff that disrupts the hormonal systems of the animals that live in and near streams and ponds. It means, ultimately, changing the relationship between human activity and fresh water in ways that benefit every organism that depends on it, which is to say, nearly every organism on Earth. There are reasons for hope at this broader scale, too. Wetlands that have been drained and degraded can be restored, and when they are, amphibians return, sometimes surprisingly quickly, arriving from surrounding populations to colonize newly available habitat. Amphibians are at the species level, resilient. They have survived 5 mass extinctions. They have endured ice ages and volcanic winters, and the wholesale reorganization of the continents. What they cannot easily survive is the combination of direct habitat destruction, chemical contamination, introduced disease, climate disruption, and direct harvesting that defines the pressures of the current era. But remove those pressures or reduce them sufficiently, and amphibian populations show a genuine capacity to recover. In countries with high amphibian diversity and large numbers of threatened species, amphibian arcs national programs in Brazil, Colombia, and Guatemala are building local capacity, training local conservationists, establishing local captive facilities, developing local knowledge and local commitment to the survival of amphibians in the places where they are most needed, because the most enduring conservation is always local, always rooted in the knowledge and the commitment of the people who live alongside the species being protected, always sustained by the connection between a community and the living world it shares. This is work done quietly, without fanfare, in humid university rooms and riverside field stations, and zoo holding facilities around the world. It is work done by people who understand the stakes and have chosen to show up every day for species that cannot advocate for themselves. It is, in the deepest sense, an act of care extended across the species boundary, offered to creatures who have been part of this planet's living fabric for 370 million years, and who deserve the chance to continue. Let that care settle warmly into your resting mind. The keeper checking on her last few pairs of a nearly vanished species. The researcher kneeling in a cold mountain stream, releasing a frog that was born in captivity and is going home for the first time. The scientist in a laboratory, patient and methodical, looking for the right combination of bacteria to give a small, soft body a fighting chance. People choosing to act. The world, in small and careful ways, being held together. Rest deeply now. We have one section left before the night begins its gentle turn toward morning. Let your breathing be very slow now, very soft. Let the weight of the night carry you fully and without resistance. You have been on a long and extraordinary journey tonight, from the Devonian seas to the coal forests, from the first tentative footsteps on land to the hidden world of the caecilian, from the ancient chorus of the frogs to the patient, dedicated work of the people trying to ensure that chorus continues. And now we arrive at the final section of our night together, the last chapter before the quiet closing of the story. And it is, I am glad to tell you, a chapter that ends not in darkness, but in something warmer. It ends in hope, not the naive hope of someone who has not looked clearly at the difficulty. We have looked clearly at the difficulty tonight, at the chytrid fungus, at the disappearing species, at the warming and drying world pressing in on populations with nowhere left to retreat. We have held that honestly. We do not need to look away from it. But there is another story running alongside that one. Quieter, less dramatic, less visible in the news, but real and growing, and worth carrying with you as you drift toward sleep. Let us begin with the numbers that matter most. In 2023, the second global amphibian assessment was published, the most comprehensive survey of the conservation status of the world's amphibians ever undertaken, covering more than 8,000 species assessed by hundreds of scientists working across every continent. Its findings were sobering. 40.7% of all amphibian species are now classified as globally threatened. The number of species in danger of extinction has continued to rise. Climate change is emerging as the primary driver of new status deteriorations, overtaking disease in its reach and its difficulty. But within that same document, within the same assessment that carried those grave statistics, there was something else, a finding that deserves equal weight and receives far less attention. 63 amphibian species improved in their conservation status between 1980 and 2023. 63 species that were more threatened, more at risk, moving more clearly toward extinction through the sustained and targeted effort of conservation programs, moved in the other direction, pulled back from the edge, given more time. 94% of those improvements were the direct result of habitat protection and improved habitat management, not accident, not luck. The deliberate, patient work of people who decided to act. 63 species is not enough. It is a small number against the scale of the crisis, but it is real. It is the measured, documented, peer-reviewed proof that conservation works. That intervention makes a difference, that the story does not have to go only one way. Some of those success stories deserve to be held in the light for a moment. The Lake Junin frog of Peru, a large, critically endangered aquatic frog found only in the high Andean lake of Junin, was declining sharply at the start of this decade. Its lake, one of the highest navigable lakes in South America, had suffered from decades of mining pollution and water level fluctuation. A coordinated effort involving local communities, the Peruvian government, and international conservation organizations worked to address the pollution entering the lake, to manage water levels, and to support the frog population through careful monitoring and intervention. Between 2018 and 2024, the Lake Junin frog population increased by 200%, doubled, and then doubled again in a high Andean lake in the thin air of the mountains. A frog that had been disappearing is now, cautiously and with continued care, coming back. The southern bell frog of the Murrumbidgee floodplain in Australia, a species that had declined sharply with the degradation and drainage of its wetland habitat, showed clear signs of population recovery in 2024, following years of targeted wetland restoration and the careful management of environmental water flows across the floodplain. The frogs returned to restored wetlands with a speed that surprised even the researchers monitoring them. Life, given the right conditions, moves toward fullness. It does not need to be coaxed or carried. It simply needs the door to be opened. In the United States, the dusky gopher frog of Mississippi, one of the most endangered frogs in North America, has been the beneficiary of a long and sustained conservation effort combining habitat management, captive breeding, and the reintroduction of fire as a tool for maintaining the open longleaf pine forest it depends on. Its numbers remain very small, but the trend is cautiously upward. The species exists, and the people working to protect it have not given up. Every year, roughly 150 new amphibian species are described to science. 150 species discovered, named, documented lives that existed before we knew them, now part of the record of the living world. Some of them, almost inevitably, are discovered already threatened. Their ranges small, and their habitats already under pressure, but their discovery matters. A species that has a name, that has been described and documented, can be assessed, can be listed, can be protected, can become the subject of a conservation plan. The unnamed, the undiscovered, cannot be formally protected at all. Every new species described is a life given a chance. The world is still producing new amphibians, still generating in its warm and wet corners new answers to the ancient question of what it means to be a small, soft-skinned creature living between two worlds. In the cloud forests of Ecuador and the rainforests of Papua New Guinea, in the mountain streams of Southeast Asia, and the underground rivers of the Balkans, in all the unexplored and barely explored spaces that remain, the process of amphibian diversification continues slowly on evolutionary timescales, but continues nonetheless, and the science continues. The probiotic treatments are being refined. The genetics of chytrid resistance in naturally tolerant populations are being mapped with a view toward assisted evolution programs that could introduce resistance traits into vulnerable populations. Climate change modeling is identifying which habitats will remain suitable for amphibians as temperatures rise, allowing conservationists to prioritize the protection of those refugia now before the pressures intensify. Captive populations are being maintained, genetics carefully managed, nudged against the day when reintroduction becomes possible. And the people doing this work are young as well as experienced. There are students in universities on every continent who have chosen to dedicate their working lives to the study and protection of amphibians. There are field biologists in their 20s and 30s, slogging through tropical forests and wading through mountain streams, who have made this their life's work because they understand what is at stake, and they have decided that it matters enough to show up for. The chytrid fungus is real. The climate is changing. The wetlands are under pressure. None of that is going away on any timescale that feels reassuring. But the commitment of the people working to protect what remains is also real, and the resilience of the amphibians themselves, creatures that have survived every catastrophe the earth has thrown at them across 370 million years of existence, is real as well. They survived the Devonian extinction. They survived the Permian-Triassic Great Dying, which wiped out up to 90% of all species on Earth. They survived the End-Triassic extinction. They survived the extinction that killed the dinosaurs. They have watched continents move, oceans close, ice ages come and go, and the entire configuration of the living world shift from something unrecognizable into the familiar. And they are still here, calling in the dark, from the edges of ponds and the banks of rivers and the dripping canopies of ancient forests, as they have been calling since before the first mammal opened its eyes, since before the first flower ever bloomed. There is in that continuity something profoundly reassuring, if you allow yourself to feel it. These small, soft, ancient creatures have been part of the living world for longer than the human mind can truly hold. They have endured more than we can imagine. And they are still here, still calling, still laying their soft eggs in still water, still transforming from one form into another, still doing the extraordinary, quiet, faithful work of being alive. Their future is not guaranteed. Nothing in this world is guaranteed, but it is not foreclosed. The door is open, and through it, the possibility of their continuation reaches forward into a future that none of us will live to see. A future that might still, if enough of us pay attention and act with care, contain the voice of frogs on warm summer evenings, the silent movement of salamanders through damp forest floors, the blind, purposeful threading of caecilians through the warm, dark earth. That future is worth working toward, worth hoping for, worth carrying quietly and without urgency as you drift now toward sleep. Let the images come slowly. The pond at dusk, its surface catching the last light, the reeds moving in a warm breeze. And from somewhere in the dark, at the water's edge, unhurried, patient, ancient, and entirely at home, a frog begins to call. It has been calling for 370 million years. It will, if we are careful, and if we are kind, be calling still. And so we arrive together at the quiet end of our long night. You have traveled far tonight, further, perhaps, than you realized as the hours moved softly past. You have stood at the edge of ancient seas 370 million years ago and watched a creature pull itself from the water for the very first time. You have walked through the vast coal forests of the Carboniferous with their towering club mosses and their warm, still air, and heard the first amphibian voices rising from the swamps. You have felt the long cold of the Permian winter and the slow, patient return of life in the Triassic, and the extraordinary proliferation of forms that followed the sprawl of evolution, filling every available corner of the wet and breathing world. You have spent time with the frog at the pond's edge, its throat pulsing with the oldest music on land. You have crouched beside the salamander in its damp, mossy world, that silent, unhurried creature carrying in its body some of the most extraordinary biological secrets in the natural world. You have descended into the dark earth with the caecilian, feeling the warm soil close around you, the tentacle reaching out to read the chemistry of the darkness, the mother coiled patiently around her young. You have visited the rainforests of the Amazon, alive with 1,000 voices in the night, the Australian desert, vast and silent above the buried frog waiting for rain that will come in its own good time, as it always has, the cold mountain stream tumbling over gray stones in the thin high air, and the extraordinary frog that lives beside it, breathing through its wrinkled skin in the oxygen-thin cold. Stay with me for a little longer. Here in the quiet, there is no rush. The night is generous with its hours, and you are exactly where you should be. Let your thoughts continue to slow, the way water slows as it moves from a fast mountain stream into a wide, still lowland river. All that energy, that movement, that purposeful rushing, settling, broadening, becoming something calm and deep and unhurried. We have covered an enormous amount of ground tonight, but there is something to be said for sitting still with what we have learned, rather than immediately moving on from it. For letting the details and the images and the small, beautiful facts settle into their proper places, the way sediment settles to the bottom of a clear pond after the water has been disturbed, until everything is still again, until the water is transparent all the way to the bottom, and you can see, without effort, everything that is resting there. So let us do that now. Let us sit quietly for a little while and let the story settle. Think about metamorphosis. We have touched on it several times tonight from different angles. The tadpole dissolving its own body inside its skin. The adult frog assembling from the same raw material. The axolotl choosing not to transform at all, but the deeper you look at metamorphosis, the stranger and more remarkable it becomes. Inside a frog's egg, a single fertilized cell begins to divide. 2 cells become 4, 4 become 8, and so on, the divisions continuing with extraordinary precision and extraordinary speed. Within a day, a hollow ball of cells has formed, the blastula, a structure so simple that it seems almost to have nothing to do with the complex organism it will become, and yet the instructions are already there, encoded in the DNA of every one of those identical seeming cells. The plan is already written. The frog is already, in some profound sense, present as development continues. Cells begin to differentiate, to switch on different subsets of their genetic instructions, becoming the founders of different tissues and organs. The nervous system begins to form along what will become the back. The heart begins to beat, a simple tube at first, contracting with a regularity that will never stop for the life of the animal. Eyes begin to form from outgrowths of the developing brain, reaching toward the surface of the embryo, the lens assembling itself from specialized cells that will become transparent. The beginnings of limb buds appear along the body's sides, tiny and apparently insignificant, containing within them the complete instructions for a leg. All of this in a single egg, floating in a pond. On a spring morning, when the tadpole hatches, it is already an extraordinary thing. A fully functioning aquatic organism, swimming and breathing and feeding. Its body adapted precisely to life in the water. Its tail provides propulsion. Its gills extract oxygen. Its broad, rasping mouth grazes algae from the surfaces of submerged stones. It is, in every sense, complete. It is not a draft or a sketch of something. It is a finished, functional, perfectly realized creature, and yet it will dissolve. Not because something has gone wrong, not as a response to illness or injury or environmental catastrophe, but because that is what it is built to do, because the same DNA that built the tadpole also carries, waiting in silence, the instructions for something different. And at the appropriate time, triggered by the rising level of thyroid hormones in the bloodstream, those silent instructions begin to speak. The tail begins to reabsorb, not rot away, not fall off, but reabsorb. The cells that compose it switching on a program of controlled self-destruction, releasing their molecular components back into the bloodstream as raw material for the growing body. The gills are replaced by lungs. The intestine shortens and reorganizes itself for a carnivorous diet. The eyes migrate upward on the skull. The limbs emerge and lengthen. The entire animal, within a matter of days to weeks, depending on the species, reshapes itself from one form into a completely different one. And through all of this, through through the dissolution and the reconstruction, through the remarkable cellular upheaval of metamorphosis, the animal remains somehow continuous. The tadpole and the frog are one creature, the same individual, carrying the same genetic material, the same memories, the same spatial awareness, from one form into the other. There is no gap in consciousness, no moment of non-existence between the aquatic larva and the terrestrial adult. The transformation happens continuously from the inside, while the animal continues to live. Scientists studying the neuroscience of metamorphosis have found evidence that the tadpole brain forms memories that persist through metamorphosis into the adult frog, that certain learned responses acquired during larval life are retained even after the nervous system has been substantially reorganized during transformation. The individual, in some meaningful sense, survives its own metamorphosis. The frog remembers being a tadpole, even though it will never be a tadpole again. There is something quietly profound about this, about the idea of carrying the memory of a previous self, a self so different in form and in the manner of its engagement with the world, that it might almost be a different creature entirely. Through a transformation so complete that nothing of the original outward form remains. We do not metamorphose, of course. We are born, and we grow, and we change. But our changes are gradual, accumulative. The same body moving from infancy through childhood into the long years of adulthood and age. We do not dissolve and rebuild. We do not breathe water and then air. We do not trade a tail for legs. And yet, there is something recognizable in the frog's metamorphosis. For any human being who has lived long enough to feel the distance between who they are now and who they were, the self at 10 and the self at 30 and the self at 60. The childhood world dismantled. The adult world assembled from the same raw material, but following a different plan. The persistence of something, some thread of identity, some continuity of memory and attention and care through changes that are, in their own way, profound. The frog carries its tadpole self through metamorphosis. We carry our earlier selves through the quieter transformations of time. Both journeys lead somewhere new. Both remain, in some essential way, continuous. Let that thought rest with you for a moment, in the way that thoughts can rest at this hour of the night, lightly, without weight, without demand. Now let us think for a little while about water. Water is the thread that runs through everything we have explored tonight. It is what connects all of these creatures in all of their extraordinary variety across all of the habitats we have visited, the Amazonian rainforest and the Australian desert and the high Andean lake and the underground river of Slovenia. In all of them, the amphibian is defined by its relationship with water, by its need for it, by its openness to it, by the way its body, unlike our own sealed and waterproofed skin, remains in continuous intimate contact with the water of its environment. Water is the oldest solvent on Earth. It is the medium in which life first assembled itself 3.5 billion years ago, in which the first self-replicating molecules found each other, in which the first primitive cells formed their membranes and began the long, patient process of becoming. Every living thing on Earth carries water at its core. Every biological process happens in water. The chemistry of life is at bottom. The chemistry of molecules dissolved in water, diffusing and reacting and interacting in the warm, liquid medium that life has never, in all its history, fully left behind. The amphibian's relationship with water is, in this sense, simply a more visible and more intimate version of the relationship that all life has with water. The frog's permeable skin makes that relationship plain and unambiguous. It does not pretend to be independent of water, the way our own dry, keratinized skin permits us to pretend. It wears its dependence openly in the moisture on its skin, in the way it slows and stiffens when its environment dries, in the way it quickens and brightens when the rain returns. There is honesty in that, of a kind that is worth appreciating as you rest. The frog does not pretend to be anything other than what it is. It does not perform self-sufficiency. It knows what it needs, and it moves toward it. And when it finds it, it rests in it completely. On warm, rainy nights in early spring, in gardens and hedgerows, and along the margins of ponds, frogs move through the dark with a purposefulness that is entirely uncomplicated. They are going to the water. They know where the water is, and they are going to it not because they have reasoned their way to the decision, not because they have weighed the options and concluded that the pond represents the optimal course of action, but simply because that is what they are, creatures of the water's edge, answering the oldest and most fundamental of calls. And when they arrive, they settle into the shallow margins with a stillness that is absolute. The water is cold and dark around them. The stars, if the sky is clear, are reflected in the surface above them, shivering slightly with the movements of the night breeze, and they call that ancient, resonant, rolling chorus into the dark, as they have been calling across the dark for longer than there have been ears to hear them. There is a quality to that image, if you let yourself rest in it, that is deeply, fundamentally calming. Something about the scale of it, something about the knowledge that this has been happening, the frog, the pond, the night, the call, for longer than the mind can properly hold, that it will, with care and luck, and the sustained commitment of the people who have chosen to protect it, continue to happen long after tonight, long after all of us. The world is very old. The frogs are very old. The night is very old, and you are resting in it, warm and still, carried by a story that began in the Devonian and has not yet found its end. Let that continuity be something comforting as you drift, not the enormity of it, not the overwhelming weight of 370 million years, but the steadiness, the reliability, the fact that through every change, through every catastrophe, through every transformation the world has undergone, the frog has been at the water's edge, calling, resting in the shallows, floating in the dark. And tonight, as every night, somewhere a pond is still and dark and alive with the sound of them. You need exactly 1,012 more words. Here is a seamless insert of that length, pasted into the closing script immediately after the paragraph ending, alive with the sound of them, and before the paragraph beginning. These creatures have always been here. Closing script, additional insert, paste after, alive with the sound of them. Take a breath, a slow one. Let the air arrive without any effort at all, as though your body is simply accepting a gift that the night is offering freely. And let it leave just as easily. No holding on, no resistance, just the simple, continuous exchange that has been happening in your body every few seconds for your entire life. And that will continue without any instruction from you, all through the hours of the dark. You share that rhythm in a way with the frog in the shallows. Its breathing is slower than yours, much slower, but it is breathing too. Oxygen moving across that extraordinary permeable skin, dissolving into the moisture there, diffusing into the bloodstream, reaching the cells that need it, the same oxygen, the same process, the same ancient chemistry of respiration that every living thing on earth inherited from the same distant ancestor more than 2 billion years ago. You and the frog, breathing the same night air in different ways, for the same essential purpose. There is a quietness that comes sometimes in the small hours of the night that is different from any other kind of quietness. The quietness of 3 in the morning is not the same as the quietness of late evening or the gray silence just before dawn. It is its own particular quality, a stillness that feels complete rather than temporary, as though the world has genuinely paused rather than merely slowed, as though for a little while everything that is not essential has stepped back, and what remains is only the most fundamental things: the breathing, the heartbeat, the dark, the distant sound of a frog somewhere near water, calling into a night that does not need to answer. In that quietness, it becomes easier to feel the age of things, the age of the dark itself, which has been falling over this planet every 12 hours since, before there was any life on its surface to notice, the age of the water, which has been cycling through the atmosphere and the oceans and the rivers and the clouds and the living bodies of creatures for longer than the mind can hold the age of the frog's call, which has been rising from the edges of ponds and the banks of streams since the Jurassic period, unchanged in its essential purpose, if not in all its specific forms. All of it old, all of it continuous, all of it here, quietly and without interruption, on this particular night, while you rest. There is a kind of rest that goes deeper than sleep, a rest that comes from allowing yourself to feel held, not by anything in particular, but by the sheer persistence of the world around you, by the fact that it has been here a very long time, and that it continues, and that you're resting in it tonight is one small, warm, entirely natural event in the long and patient history of things resting in the dark. The frog rests too, settled in the cool shallows, or beneath the leaf litter, or deep in the clay below the waterless desert, or frozen in its perfect winter stillness beneath the snow. Each kind of rest shaped precisely for the creature that practices it, each one a response to the same fundamental need: to pause, to conserve, to allow the body to do its quiet maintenance work, to let the accumulated effort of being alive be set aside for a little while. You have learned tonight that amphibians are among the oldest land animals on Earth, that their lineage stretches back further than the dinosaurs, further than the first flowers, further than the first bird or the first mammal, that they have been here in some form or another through every chapter of the Earth's long story, witnesses in their own uncomplicated way to the entire history of life on land, and what you may not have considered until this moment is that all of those hundreds of millions of years of nights, all of those billions of individual nights, falling over all of those individual frogs and salamanders and caecilians, from the Devonian swamps to the Carboniferous forests, to the Triassic plains, to the Jurassic wetlands, to the familiar living world of today. All of those nights were exactly like this one in the ways that matter most: dark, quiet, full of the sound of breathing and the distant calling of creatures at the water's edge, full of living things resting in the temporary mercy of the dark. Every frog that has ever lived has spent its nights as you are spending yours, still and quiet and held by the darkness. Every salamander that ever moved through a Permian forest floor returned at the end of its day to exactly this: the coolness, the stillness, the body at rest, the metabolism slowed, the world simplified to its most essential elements. You are part of that continuity too, in your own way. Not an amphibian, not 370 million years old, not breathing through your skin or frozen in the winter clay, but a living thing resting in the dark on a planet that has been providing this shelter, this nightly pause, this generous recurring dark, for as long as anything has been alive to receive it. Let that feel like belonging, like a quiet, uncomplicated membership in the very oldest community there is. The community of living things that rest when the light goes, that settle and slow and release the effort of the day into the patient holding of the night. You belong here, in this dark, in this rest, as completely and as naturally as the frog in the shallows. These creatures have always been here, long before us, and perhaps, if we are careful, long after us as well. They were calling in the dark of the Jurassic before any bird sang. They watched the great dinosaurs rise and fall and give way to the small, warm-blooded, night-adapted creatures from which we ourselves descended. They were at the edge of every pond, beside every stream, in the damp leaf litter of every forest, through all the long turning of the world. And they are there still tonight, right now, as you lie still in the warm dark, your breathing slow and deep and easy. Somewhere in the world, a frog is calling. Somewhere a salamander is moving through the leaf litter, patient and unhurried. Somewhere in the warm earth beneath a tropical forest, a caecilian is threading through the dark, its tentacle reading the chemistry of the soil, its young curled and sleeping beside it, all of them alive, all of them continuing, all of them doing the ancient, faithful, unassuming work of being part of the living world. You have been good company On this journey, you have listened with great patience and great gentleness, and the story has been glad of your attention. Now let the images fade, one by one, like lights going out in a quiet house at the end of a long evening. The pond and the reeds, the forest floor and the mossy stone, the high mountain stream and the vast, cool darkness of the underground lake, the leaf litter, the foam nest, the frozen frog beneath the snow, let them all go, gently and without hurry, into the soft dark at the edge of sleep. You are warm. You are safe. You are resting deeply and completely, and the night is long and quiet around you. The frogs are calling somewhere in the world. They have always been calling. And tonight, as every night, their ancient voices carry across the dark, patient, persistent, perfectly at peace with what they are. Let that sound be the last thing your mind carries as it drifts. The calling across the dark. The calling across the dark. The calling